Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Okay. Ah, welcome for welcome on in. As always, JR here with our continuing road down the Life is Strange franchise here. For today's stream, we well video we we will be going through the the Life is Strange comic series, which I call uh, Partners in Time, mainly because around the halfway point of the comic run, they did toy around with giving the comic series its own subtitle, and they did that like for a while, and then for whatever reason they kind of stopped. Um, and the subtitle they went with was Partners in Time, which I thought was a great name to go with. So I just pretty much just uh, call the comic run Partners in Time because it's a lot easier than just keeping it called uh, Life is Strange, because you also have the original game that's also just called Life is Strange, so it could kind of get confusing. So as a way to differentiate it, I just keep the Partners in Time name that they went with originally. But um, for those uh, who are not aware, um, this this comic series is continuing from the like I call it, well, jokingly call it, the fuck Arcadia Bay ending. So uh, as always, I have to wear the shirt. I always I always uh, leave my feelings right up front. but uh, but yeah, so the comic is going to start uh is gonna follow from that ending. So after Max and Chloe drive off from the wreckage of Arcadia Bay, what are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? What story are we going to get? That is what is going to be told through this comic run. Um, this comic run is 6 books long. So so it's collected in 6 trade books. So we'll see how long how much we can get uh through this. So it's six books long, it went from, to give you an idea of how long this comic series went, it um it started in the first issue came out November 14th of 2018. So the comic book started right when about, what was it, a month? No, Life is Strange 2 came out the first episode of Life is Strange 2 came out September 27th of 2018. So the comic series started releasing in about like 2 months later, so September, November. So this comic series went from pretty much almost all of the release of Life is Strange 2 all the way until, when was the final issue released? The final issue came out March 9th of 2022. So the comic series just kept going all the way through a majority of Life is Strange 2 and all the way through past the release of Life is Strange True Colors, because True Colors came out September of 2021. So, and pretty much wrapped up before well before Double Exposure was coming out, because Double Exposure didn't come out until October of 2024. So yeah. So yeah, this comic is also the reason why I have been calling this series of videos covering the Life is Strange franchise. This is the reason that I call it the road to reunion, is because technically the this was already the reunion. Like, we already had something continue with Max and Chloe returning. So we already had that. So hence why I call this series of videos covering the franchise the road to reunion. Because we already had a reunion. We're just doing a reunion again in a different way. so that's why we're doing it this way. That's why I named it that. Also, welcome in LiS. Enjoy your lurking around. Enjoy your lurk. But yeah, it's this is also full cards on the table. This is also my favorite Life is Strange thing in the entire franchise. I adore this comic run to pieces. And I love it so much that I put the comic run above the original game. And the main reason is since this comic run is a direct sequel to the Max and Chloe ending, since it's a direct sequel to that, it takes all of the character development that all of the that pretty much almost all of the surviving characters have had and expands on it in really big ways. So, and I love that. And they expand on it in very logical ways. This comic series is very well written, like extremely well written. Which is also it's also well drawn too. Like the artwork in the series is also really good. Um, which which is also not really a big surprise that it's well written because this comic series was done by fans, of the franchise. So you as we go through the comic series, it's going to become very clear how much of a fan the creators of this are. And without further ado, obviously, this comic series was written by Emma Vicelli, and the main artwork for the comic series, that is inside of it, was done by Claudia Leonardi. So they do an amazing job doing this whole thing. Also, even further cards on the table. I have personally met Claudia, so I have met the artist for the comic series a couple of times actually. I met her twice. So with those conversations, besides getting to know each other and stuff like that, I was also able to pick her brain on um as much aspects that I could, as far as the comics go. And I've also done research of like interviews and stuff that Emma has done and things like that also. So I have like a perspective how the on some of the behind the scenes stuff of the comic series. Um and it's also not too surprising that since they created a comic series that is following along from the original, not well following along from the original game and following along from the Max and Chloe ending. It's very obvious that they are obviously big fans of Chloe. I did I did ask Claudia, because Claudia does play all the games. She played like the most recent games, all that stuff. Like she's a big fan, And from everything that I've seen from Emma and from her interviews and stuff, she's a big fan. Like they were big fans of this series before they even got the job to even do this series of comics. So the love and passion is real throughout this whole thing. And it is a dream come true, cuz how many of us who love a specific like franchise or whatnot would would love to have the opportunity to officially work, to really work on that franchise that you're really passionate about and you really love. And Emma and Claudia were able to do that. And obviously the rest of the behind the scenes team with that handled the comic, like the editors and all that stuff. Um so it's it's amazing. Also, um since we covered the original game, obviously, Before the Storm and Life is Strange 2, there are going to be references and direct um like continuations to certain aspects of those games. Not really Life is Strange 2 all that much. Life is Strange 2 probably has the most indirect references to the origin to that game, mainly because the game has Life is Strange 2 has the least um connection to the original game, so there's not much to go on there. Plus, because of how varied and stuff that game is, and the endings of that game, especially, it's hard to make like concrete, direct references or anything to that game. But they do manage to throw in like at the very least at least one reference to the original game, like one relatively big one, but it doesn't spoil anything. Like most of these references don't really spoil um especially it doesn't really spoil Life is Strange 2. Um and the references to Before the Storm are a little more like mild. They don't go extremely specifically into that. The only specifics they really go into is primarily the original game. So as long as you as long as you're familiar with the original game, pretty much, you're gonna be fine. Through this series of comics. Okay, now let's go to Bam. So so I do have this comic series physically. Obviously you all are gonna see it digitally, because I also have it digitally. Because if I didn't have it digitally, there would be no way I'd be able to do this to begin with. So there's that. Also, you could see um, that I do have my signed my signed copies of the comic books from Claudia right below me there, and in the corners on the bottom, um, that you can see, kind of down there, next to the logo there on the bottom, are pictures of that I took when I met Claudia, and there is one picture down there with me and Claudia down there that I took. So yeah, not really the best picture of me and Claudia. It kind of didn't necessarily come out the way I wanted to, but hey, we were kind of on a on a time crunch, and I didn't want to hold her up for from doing like work and stuff that she had to do. So hey, wish the photo would have came out better, but eh. Um, but yeah. So let me um take a, where is it? There we go. Oh, excuse me. Mm. I also have obviously I have Max, Chloe, and Rachel here to keep me company while I read through this. Um, um, actually, let me grab my hardcover copy of uh, the first trade, just in case I'm not able to read the just in case I'm not able to read some of the text, because it is going to be able to zoom in into the panels and stuff, so that way I could read it a lot clearer, and so that way the whole page doesn't get shown, and it doesn't like spoil like stuff that's gonna happen. Um, but for the first couple of pages, it's going to be it might be a little hard for me to read. So at the very least, I have the book here, so that way I could read it from here. All right. Let me move. Let me move this slightly this way. At the very least, I could still see chat. All right. So let me make sure. Oop. Yeah. Okay. Mm, all right. Okay. Alrighty. So, there's the cover, which this cover was done by Claudia. So Claudia did this cover variant. Like there's different variant covers, which we will see once we finish each trade. They do have, oh, excuse me. They do have a like little art gallery that shows like the different variant covers and stuff like that. So um so we'll go over the different covers once we get there. But in any case, this is the default cover that everyone got. And then we go on the inside, a nice little Polaroid panel shot of uh, some of the situations you're gonna see. Here's a big list of all the people that worked on the comic series at Titan Comics, because Titan Comics are the ones that publish the comic series. So if you like the if you like what you see and like what you're uh well, what I'm about to read, um then you can get the comic series from Titan. uh I believe there's like Amazon and stuff you can get the comic series from too. So you can get the comics from various different comics. Even if you have a local comic shop, like maybe they'll have it too. So so yeah. Um here's the main credits right here. So you see Emma Vicelli for the writer, Claudia Leonardi for the main artwork. We have the colors by Andrea uh, Izzo. So hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. Izzo. Um, and then we have like all the lettering and stuff. And as always, a nice little credit down there for original story and characters by Raoul Barnett, Jean Luc Cano, and Michelle Coe, which are the three main creators of the original Life is Strange game. So always got to make sure you give proper credits to the original team. Well, the original creators there. All right, so we got a nice little previously on. So even the comic is trying to do the whole previously segments from episode to episode. They're even trying to do that, which is a sweet touch. Which also makes it feel more like a continuation. That they're doing it that way. So, and they're obviously using screenshots from the game here. And these are quotes, lines from the game. All right, so from left here to right, and then doing left to right again is so Max says here again, all I really created was death and destruction. Which Chloe says, fuck all that. You were given a power, you didn't ask for it, and you saved me. It's kind of hard to tell, but Max's lines here in this recap section is colored in black, and Chloe's lines here are colored in blue. So it's a nice little thematic difference, so that way you could tell apart who's speaking. And then we continue with Max saying, Chloe, I can't make this choice. And then Chloe says, no, Max, You're the only one who can. And then Max continues here. You are my number one priority now. I won't trade you. Um, and then Chloe says in the next page here, there you go. Chloe says, I'm so selfish, not like my mom. And yet again, I've said it before, that is not true. Because in the original game, we've seen how not selfish Chloe is. Like, yeah, she does a couple of selfish things, but when it comes down to like Max, she definitely shows a lot of selflessness when it comes to Max. Like, case in point, remembering her birthday, and right after they meet in Chloe's house, she gives her William's camera as a birthday present. Which, considering the issues she has with Max at the beginning of the game, her doing that is definitely shows uh how much like she still how much she still loves Max anyway, even if they didn't necessarily part ways on the best of circumstances. Especially if you count the farewell episode of Before the Storm. Oof. All right. Chloe continues. Even my stepfather, deserves to be alive. And then Chloe continues. Max, you finally came back to me this week, and you did nothing but show me your love and friendship. And who is speaking here? I think that's supposed to be a Max line. Is it a Max line? No, it's not a. It's not a Max line. Yeah, because it's not. It's not in quotation marks. Okay, so it just says here maybe Arcadia Bay just wants to be left alone, and then we get a nice little, final little screenshot of them driving away. So, um, and then we get a little recap on the bottom here. So, mysteriously gifted with the power to rewind time, young photography student Max Caulfield became entangled in the dark secrets of Arcadia Bay. She used her strange new abilities to reconnect with her old friend Chloe Price and to bring to justice the men who murdered Chloe's closest confidant, Rachel Amber. Max's temporal abilities came at a cost. However, creating a once in a generation hurricane that threatened the town with total destruction. If Max didn't allow the original timeline in which Chloe died from a gunshot wound to play out, in one sequence of events, Max chose to save Chloe's life, sacrificing Arcadia Bay, and in a multiverse of infinite possibilities, this is one version of what happened next. Okay. Alright, so from here, The comic should. Yeah, there you go. There we go. Yeah. Okay, now it should become extremely more readable for me. So I could put the comic to the side. I could put the comic to the side and not have to look down and stuff. And I could just look at the screen and read from there. All right. Yep. Whoop. That is not what I wanted. Okay. Well, here's another. So chapter one. Cause each trade pretty much has like 4 issues in it. So since this is the first book, we have 4 issues to go. Um, Hold on, real quick. Alrighty. Alright, we're back. Alright. So we have the cover art, more of a full screen of the cover art. So that way uh, you could get a good idea of how the whole thing looks without the titles and the words and everything blocking it. So you could get a nice idea on that. All right, and then now, there we go. We go to the start here. All right, so first panel. So chaos theory, the butterfly effect, whatever you call it, it suggests that the beat of a butterfly's wings in Brazil can cause a hurricane in Texas. Which I believe, if I remember correctly, this is supposed to be Max narrating here. And there's a full shot of the whole panel. Really love the blue butterflies surrounding it. Really nice touch. Okay, I used to wonder as a kid if the butterfly knew what it was doing, the damage it was causing. Would it keep on flying? Okay, yes, this is supposed to be Max. For a while, I thought I had an answer. I became the cause and the effect. I became the chaos of a butterfly's wings until I stopped. But then I saw the truth. I wasn't the butterfly. I never was. I was a particle of dust caught in the beat of its wings, just like everything else. And also a name drop for the name of the trade, because if you didn't know this, the name of the trade is called Dust. So nice name drop for the first book. All right. So now we skip ahead. Well, now we transition to Seattle, 2014. So, also this takes place. Whoops. This takes place 1 year after the ending of the original game. Because the ending of the original game was 2013. So now we're picking up in 2014. All right, so now we got a couple of Polaroids of some people that we are about to meet. Um, OMG Maxi Max. These look freaking amazing, freaking awesome. Um, and okay, that is supposed to be Pixie. Okay, I was wondering. I was like, wait, let me go back. Who was talking there? And then Max confirms right here that yeah, Pixie was the one who said the previous line in the previous panel. Um, Max says, Pixie, when you call me that, you make me sound like a sanitary product. it's, it's like Max. It's like Max is a tampon. uh, okay, then Pixie says, you deserve more than one. Uh, Solip. There are going to be words that I'm not going to be able to pronounce here. Um, more than one syllable, girl. Look at how badass you made us look. Tammy, you look so fierce. Um, and this is Tammy right here. So Tammy is this girl right here. Um, I didn't need a photo to tell me that. And then Max says, it's true. You guys are cool with or without my photos. But thanks for letting me take them. And then Pixie says, huh, look, we're doing you a favor. Look at these. It's like you have magic powers. Pixie, wouldn't you like to know? Um, wouldn't you like to know that? Um, nice little shot here. Pixie holding up a Polaroid of Tammy singing. Because if you haven't figured it out, these group of people that Max is with are a band. So they're also an original band, so they sing like their own original music. So it's not like they're a cover band or anything. And then we continue. Max says, they're they're just photos. And then what was it? Dex. This is Dex, right? Now I have to hold on. Yes. Okay. Okay. That is Dex. I'm pretty sure they were gonna introduce him in a minute, but yeah. Um. Dex says, talented and humble. Vomit. Uh. Gotta say, Chloe's logo design came out great. Oh, okay. So Chloe designed their band logo, so that's sweet. Um, and then Pixie says, oh yeah, oh yeah, Dex is also holding up a nice little photo of him playing the keyboard, because Dex plays the keyboard, and obviously Tammy is the singer, like the lead singer. Um, and then Pixie says, right, where is Chloe anyways? And then, dang it, who's the um Dwight? There you go. Okay, so Dwight says, hopefully not watching TV. And what are they watching on TV? Obviously, something that Max isn't very comfortable with. And then we transition to Chloe here, which Chloe wearing this t-shirt, well, not t-shirt, this tank top. This was a fun addition to the Before the Storm remastered collection, because in the Before the Storm remastered collection, I believe it was a pre-order bonus, but you could also download it uh, as a DL as like a DLC outfit. Excuse me, for Chloe to actually wear this specific tank top in the game, so she could wear this specific outfit as a nice little callback to the comic books, which was pretty sweet. Like, I did love that they did add a comic book reference in the remastered collection. That was sweet. All right. So, Chloe here with a can of spray paint. And then she's spray painting the wall here. And listening to some music. The music says, "You're a ghost in your own time, a spirit of a forgotten mind. You're here with me, but you're years away, and I wish you'd cross the veil and stay." All right, so Chloe was spray painting this right here, which says time is a construct. Okay. All right, Chloe. All right. And then we continue as Chloe is Chloe, I don't think sitting down and leaning on the wall that you just spray painted is really great, unless that's like the quickest drying spray paint that I know of, because you're probably gonna get that painted all over your back there. But the song continues. You are walking. The dead are walking. The dead are walking. Their flesh may fool you, but their hearts have stopped. The dead are walking. The dead are walking. Their flesh may fool you, but their hearts. And then Chloe pulls out her headphones, and she stops listening. And then she's taking out something from her pocket. And then she's looking at it. Seems pretty serious, whatever she's looking at. I'm pretty sure we're going to find out what that is. And then we transition back inside the cafe. I think it's a cafe that Max and the rest of the band are in. Okay, so the news report says the event this week will mark 1 year since the storm swept through Arcadia Bay, destroying homes, businesses, and lives. The Prescott family, hold on. There we go. The Prescott family themselves mourning the loss of son Nathan to the storm. Hope that this memorial service will offer a long needed chance for goodbyes. The family and their foundation have donated, right? Yeah, there you go. It's kind of cut off a little bit there. Have donated substantial funding into the relief effort and rebuilding of Arcadia Bay. Sean Prescott, in a press conference this morning, said of the tragedy. And first, let's comment on, oh, is it this news? The news lady doing this in front of the ruins of Blackwell Academy, because obviously this is Blackwell, and also the flag being lowered to half mast for mourning and stuff is also a nice touch. That makes sense. So nice attention to detail. Um, and a nice picture of the Prescott family. So there's Sean Prescott. There's Nathan, Nathan's mom, and Nathan's sister, which we've all found out throughout the original game, seen like letters and stuff from and emails and stuff from these people. So Sean says, we have all lost a great deal that we'll never get back. The bay will take many years to rebuild, but we feel it's important 1 year on to gather and remember. And then we transition down here. So Tammy says, fuck Max, isn't that the storm you and Chloe escaped? That was your school, right? Dex says, shit. And then Dwight says, amazing how fast they can rebuild when a rich white family loses stuff. Hey, ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth, Dwight? And then obviously Max is kind of has her head to the side, not really paying attention, really. More so avoiding paying attention. And then Pixie says, Dwight, geez, not the time. And then Dwight says, shit, sorry, Max. Sometimes I forget to reach for my filters. Fair. I do like how everyone is giving Dwight like the side eye, and Dex is over here has like the little the little sweat thing on the side of her, the side of his cheek there. Of like, bruh, really? And then we go, Max says, no, it's cool. So she's putting up a nice little front of like, hey, it's fine. And then Dex says, I can't believe how lucky you guys were. The death count is insane. Shit, how many people did you... And then Pixie immediately cuts him off. Dex. Like, bro. Like, we were just getting on Dwight for being like, bro, now's not the time. And then now we have to shut Dex down and being like, bro, now's not the time either. What the fuck are you doing? So now, who's saying, sup losers, how about we switch the channel? Okay, that's definitely Chloe. Yep. Chloe walks in and changes the channel, just like she said. That's enough real life for today, kiddies. And then Chloe continues to say, wow, Maximus, these look hella amazing. Someone's getting their mojo back. And then Max says, these guys make it easy. Were you at the repair shop this morning? Oh. And then Chloe says, uh-huh, I'm taking this internship seriously. I think I actually like it. Um, your rents have your rents have credit in my thank bank for setting it up. Word. So Max set her up with an internship at a repair shop. So that's sweet. So Chloe doing some of that. Um, and then Max says, hey, they were happy to. And then we got a nice little shot of everyone just looking at well, the band are all looking at Max and Chloe while Max and Chloe are looking at each other. Um, oop. All right, so we're in ads right now, so we are going to hold our horses real quick, and when we're once we come back from ads, we will continue reading. And while ads are playing, I'm gonna eat some of the pizza that I have sitting here to the side. Mm. But yeah, so far, because I do like that Claudia, uh, not Claudia, that Emma was able to come up with new characters. So it's not like the comic is just gonna reuse like all of the pre-established characters. The comic itself also does a really good job of creating new likable characters that are unique to this series. Hey, no problem, Charlie. No problem, Charlie. No problem. Okay. Hopefully we'll be able to catch you later. And I am going to be enjoying the pizza. It's also stuffed crust too, so it makes it even more delicious. All right, we're back from ads here, so let's continue. So, was it? Tammy says, uh, also Charlie, good luck on your big days too. Hopefully everything goes well for you too, Charlie. All right. So Tammy says, man, I love that these are so organic and old school, but we're gonna have to scan them to get them on the fan page dilemma. Um, and then Dex says we have a fan page, and Pixie says of course we do. 30 likes, baby. Yeah. Uh, hey, we all got to start somewhere, right? Especially when you're an up and coming band like they are. Uh, like they are. You gotta make a name for yourself somewhere, right? Not everybody's gonna be able to hit it big right out the gate. All right. So also also before they say it, um, I believe before they say it, if you notice in the background here, there is a advertisement for their band, because their band is called the High Seas. So kind of kind of an ironic name for their band, and considering Max and Chloe's like pirate theme. So they have, so it kind of fits the whole like water uh theming going on. Pretty clever. All right, so Dex continues here. Well, that's 25 more likes than we have songs. And Pixie says, I got something brewing for practice tonight that'll shift that ratio. And then Dwight says, save it for the skins, Pixie. The poor table didn't ask for the abuse. Because if you notice here, Pixie is kind of banging her fingers on the table like drums. Um, because if you couldn't figure it out from the dialogue that they're saying here, Pixie is the drummer for the band, so she does drums, and she also writes the music for the band, so she writes the songs also. So that's sweet. Um, uh, and then we continue with and they have like rehearsals and stuff for later tonight, because they are doing a gonna get ready to do a performance later too. So all right, so Chloe says bathroom break, and Max also says bathroom break, because they need some private time to talk about something. And Chloe says, Milady Grace. And Max is like, shut up, while she's getting her head tussled a little bit by Tammy there. And also getting, like, Max, what are you doing? Like, why are you climbing over Tammy? Also, Tammy, why are you not getting up from the table, I mean, from the booth here, so that way Max can just easily just scooch out of the booth area? Like, what are you doing? uh, Also, Tammy wearing a high C shirt also, which is another way to put together what the band's name is. And then Max and Chloe walk off, and meanwhile, the high C's are watching in with serious faces. And then Tammy says, poor things. And Dwight says, no shit. I wonder what the hell is really going on in their heads. Well, we, as the reader, are about to find out. And then Pixie says, they make me want to write all the songs. I can't believe it's been a year. Why do we hold memorial events to remember awful things? And then Dex says, so that we're never allowed to forget. Also, technically, yes. So you never forget those awful things, but you have to remember those awful things so you don't repeat those same mistakes. Um, Pretty much. And also in the event of like, people like dying and things like that, it's also a way of remembering, the lives that are lost and like stuff like that too. So that way those people are not like necessarily forgotten and stuff too. So let's. Oh, hey, hey, cool cat. Welcome, welcome, welcome in. Oh, welcome. Uh, Hopefully you're doing well. Well, cool. Well, cat. Hopefully, cat, you're doing well. Ah, you're finishing work. That's what's up, cat. Hopefully, work wasn't too stressful for you. Oh, excuse me. Where was? Okay, I finished this panel. Next panel. Okay, now we're with Max and Chloe in the bathroom. Um, a very graffitied, messed up bathroom. That shit looks nasty. Oh, good, good, cat. Work was fine. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Because I know how stressful like work can be, especially depending on the jobs and stuff. Uh, that people do can definitely be very stressful. So I'm glad it was all right for you. All right. Chloe says, uh, "You'd think I'd never want to find solace in a bathroom again. Why the hell do they still feel so safe?" And then Max says, "Because I saved you in one." That is fair. That is fair. And then Chloe says, "Because you saved me in one from a lunatic who apparently died tragically in a storm." And then, oh, oh, nope. Okay. Uh, and then Max says, "You heard that?" And then Chloe continues to say, very angrily, by the way, um, such a load of bullshit. Using the storm to clean out their stinking mess. Pretty convenient to just sweep what actually happened to Nathan away under a tragedy carpet. Just brush over his association with that piece of shit Jefferson and forget what he. And then Max cuts Chloe off, saying, "Chloe, can we not?" Hey, I get it. I get it. Chloe is insanely upset because, they're covering up what Nathan did, but, it's his rich parents and, well, specifically his father, who is obsessed with making sure that the Prescott name is not tarnished in any way. So obviously he's gonna do his best to cover up anything that Nathan did. So if anything, they're probably gonna pin um uh Sean Prescott would most likely pin everything on Jefferson and make it seem like Jefferson was just acting alone, when obviously in reality we all know that Nathan was helping him and participating in the same behavior. All right, so we continue. Well, Max continues. They're all gone now. However they went, they're gone. None of that matters anymore. And then Chloe continues, sure, they're all gone now. And Chloe continues, so did you get one too? An invitation to that thing. And then Max says, I'd figured this one I got was for both of us. The bathroom looks way bigger in this shot. Like it really seems like the bathroom is really big. Even though we know from the previous panel the bathroom is supposed to be kind of small and cramped, but it really looks way bigger in this shot. The perspective of it. And we could also see Chloe's address. Well, Chloe's name and address on the envelope, because it says it's kind of hard to see, but it does say Price, and it says Seattle right under it. So, and then Chloe says, because I just rent here. And then Max says, sorry, that came out wrong. You live here, Chloe, as much as I do. And then Max continues, this is our home, right? And then Chloe says, sure, sure, I just. And then Max says, I know, nothing can replace what you lost, but I want you to be happy here, Chloe. And then Chloe says, what I lost. Kind of dramatic, Maximus. Sometimes I wonder if I should just move back and take mom's offer of a job. Okay, that doesn't sound right now, does it? And Chloe continues, I mean, maybe the diner isn't so bad. Dad's probably right. And then Max is also really confused here because Max says, What? Max continues, Chloe? Hold on. Does Chloe's out? No, Chloe's outfit is the same. Okay. And Chloe says, I think I feel the same. Us going along would be too weird, wrong. And then Chloe continues, Max, you okay? And then Max says, what was all that about your dad, the diner, your mom? And then Chloe says, what? I didn't say shit. I can't think about mom right now. Maybe she's the biggest reason I don't want to go back to Arcadia. Uh, Max, what's wrong? And Max says, I don't know. Uh-oh, somebody's getting a headache, which isn't a good sign. Max says, nothing, it's all good. I'm fine. Just emotional after the news piece, you know? I don't know how I'm supposed to feel. Chloe says, I hear that. One of us probably shouldn't even be standing here, right? And then Max says, don't even joke about that, Chloe. And Max continues, you're here and I wouldn't change that for anything. And Chloe says, I know. It's just hard not to think, well, you know. And then Max was over here, like, just grabbing Chloe, like, hey, don't, like she said, don't say that. Um, and then Chloe says, anyways, this thing. And then Max says, right, while pulling out, I assume she's pulling out another invitation from her wallet. Uh, and Max says, to be honest, I kind of had to dig it back out of the trash. Uh, and then Chloe says, Max, such disrespect. Also, nice little picture of Polaroid picture of Chloe. I mean Max there. Max keeping a little Polaroid picture of herself in her wallet, which Chloe immediately snatches out of her wallet. Um, and Chloe says, "Whoa, I remember this girl." Max says, "Chloe, give it back." And Chloe continues, When was this taken? You look happy." And then Max says, that was the day I won my Blackwell scholarship. Chloe says, oh yeah? Trust you to look that happy over something so mundane. Max continues, you don't get it. I wasn't happy just because of the scholarship. I do like that Max uh is just like has her hands on Chloe's shoulder and she just has like her head resting on Chloe's shoulder while she's talking here. Well, while they're talking to each other. Max continues, I was happy because I'd be going back to Arcadia Bay, seeing you. And Max continues, I don't think I ever really managed to tell you how much I had missed you, how hard it was to get in touch knowing you were so far away. But knowing I was coming back meant everything. And I knew I wasn't going to let you go again. You're why I'm so happy in that photo. And then we had a nice uh, full spread of the panel here. So that's really, really cool. um, and then Chloe says, you know what? After everything that happened when you came back, I think I believe you, Supermax. And then Max says, don't call me that. What, you don't like Supermax, Max? You do have superpowers, so it kind of makes sense. Like, what are you talking about? Ooh, and then And then we continue here. Um, so Tammy comes in and interrupts. Hey, you guys, rehearsal room is open and we're going in. See you at the gig tomorrow. And don't forget, it's pirate themed. Photographers and designers don't get out of it. Nice. Of course, it's going to be pirate themed. Why wouldn't it be? Like, the name of your band is the High Seas. Like, come on. Of course, you're going to have a pirate theme. Plus, the skull on your logo has like an eye patch like a pirate. So, come on. It all makes sense. Plus, it also makes sense because Chloe's the one that designed the logo. So obviously it was going to feature those things to begin with. And obviously Max puts her photo. Well, Chloe gives Max back the photo, and Max puts it back. Kat said, "It's a Jolly Roger." Exactly. Well, it doesn't have the crossbones though. It's just the skull. Um, and then Chloe says, "Oh, we're all over that. Ahoy!" And then Max says, "R matey." uh, then Kat says, "Doesn't need the crossbones." That is fair. That is fair. Apparently, Chloe thought the same thing because she didn't design it with the crossbones. What's Kat said, "What's a pirate's favorite letter?" Oh, that's very simple because Max literally just said it in this panel. R. uh Oh, and then Tammy says the same thing. R, we be leaving the storm behind, Captain. Kat said, I, but their first love is the sea. Exactly. Yes, 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 yes. That is true. That is true. And in the case of Tammy and the band here, it is the high C. There you go. And then Max says, "Aye, aye." And then we skip ahead to the uh, cat over here laughing. Nice. And then we now we skip over to the gig that Tammy was talking about, and we have Max and Chloe dressed up in their pirate costumes. And obviously, Chloe is dressed up as a captain because of Captain Bluebeard. And then Max is dressed up like the first mate, um, because Max's pirate name was Long Max Silver, so keeping that theme going. And they're about to head inside. And Max says, Chloe, you okay? And Chloe says, it's gonna sound hella weird. And Max says, what is it? Um, and then Chloe says, just here, under this lamp, it's quiet. Just here, we can choose to enter that party or run away. I've been here before. And Chloe continues, saying, I mean, not literally here, but here in this moment, with Rachel. And then Max says, oh, which if, uh, which if any of you remember, um, the moment that that Chloe is specifically talking about is um before the storm, is from before the storm in episode 2, when after the school play, and Chloe and Rachel are like talking and like having fun and whatnot. And there is a moment where they're all talking under, where they're both talking underneath a street lamp. So that does make sense that it would that Chloe would like remember, like jog a memory there. And then Chloe says, what you said before, that they're all gone, it's true. But to pretend it was all one big storm makes us no different to the Prescotts. Rachel's life was taken from her before the storm. Kate's life was nearly destroyed. Fuck, even Nathan and Victoria, they should be remembered as moments before a storm. It wasn't an etch a sketch ending. We can't process it all in one go. We've tried that. And then meanwhile, Max is over here reaching out to Chloe here. And then Chloe continues, my mom, she didn't share their endings. And then Max says, ooh, excuse me. Chloe, where are you going? And then Chloe says, come on, Max, we don't even know anyone in there. And then Max says, what? Uh, but what about Tammy, Pixie, the guys? And then Max continues, they're expecting us, Chloe. We can't. And then Chloe says, Max, I know I said I'd try meeting your trendy new friends, but I'm tired. Maybe another time. Which, obviously, none of this is making sense. And also, if you've noticed, Chloe's outfit here is this. This is what Chloe's wearing. And then when we transitioned here, Chloe is wearing completely different clothes. So clearly something weird is happening. And then Max says, no, it's happening again. What is this? Chloe, look at me. Dex, Dwight, you know them. We've been friends with them for most of a year. And then Max is again reaching out to Chloe here. And then we snap back, and now Chloe's behind Max, wearing the clothes she was wearing before when we, at the beginning of this whole conversation here. And then Chloe says, Max, I'm sorry, come back. We'll talk about this later. For now, let's just get off our hands. Let's get off our heads, um, drunk and high, and enjoy some music. Okay, that's one way of putting that. And then Chloe continues, Max, fuck. And Max says, huh? What? Yeah, exactly, Max. Very confusing going on here. and Max has a nosebleed, which is not great. Um, Max says, "What?" But and then Chloe, immediately knowing what that means, says, "Have you been jumping? You promised you wouldn't. Max, it couldn't kill you. It nearly did." And then Max says, "No, I swear, Chloe, I didn't jump. I didn't do anything." Well, something clearly is happening. And then Chloe says, "Then why are you bleeding?" And Max says, "I don't know. Something weird started happening after I got that invite. I keep seeing things. I don't know." Very nice, also. Nice little touch that Chloe is the one that's like wiping the blood off of Max's nose. And also the franticness of Chloe of Chloe immediately grabbing like Max, like what the fuck is going on? Uh and then we continue here. Max says, "Chloe, I feel fine. Really. But you were walking back that way." And then Chloe says, "That didn't happen, Max. We paused under the lamp. Then we kept going, except I didn't notice you turn around. You were walking away." Okay, so clearly whatever's happening, only Max is aware of what's happening. Well, aware of what she's seeing, because it pretty much seems like Chloe still sees what Max is doing, but Max doesn't is seeing something completely differently. Um, and then Max says, "No, I was following you." And then Max, and then Chloe says, "But I was heading into the bar." And then both of them simultaneously say shit, because now they realize, like, well, starting to realize something's going wrong here. And then Pixie says, "There you are." And then Dex says, "Well, we're on in like 10 minutes. Get your shivering timber butts in here." Funny. And then Max says, "We'll figure this out later, okay?" And then Chloe says, "I can take you home." And then Max says, "No, we need tonight, Chloe. I just need to not be thinking about Arcadia Bay or the storm." And then Chloe says, "Okay, we'll go in, but you'll tell me if reality goes AWOL again, right?" And then uh, Max says, "Of course, don't worry." And then Chloe says, "Like, you can accuse me of being overprotective." And then they have a nice little hug to seal the deal there, I guess. And then both of them walk into the bar, except uh, uh, Max is looking behind herself. So I guess thinking that she's gonna see the other Chloe that she was seeing earlier behind her, but that is not the case. Also, you could get a better look at the High Seas logo here on the poster that's on the windows of the bar here. Whoop. And then we go transition into the bar, and then some people are going woo. I wonder if I can get that logo as a tat. Okay, so random people are just commenting in the background. R. Who took the photos? So we got all the random bystanders commenting. As we kind of see, what was it? Max and Chloe here, walking through the crowd. And then Pixie walks up to them with her drumsticks in her hand. And Pixie says, you guys cut it fine. Max, ready to make some photographic magic? Yeah, she's unzipping her little camera carrying case right now, Pixie. So I'm pretty sure she's ready to take some photos. And then Tammy says, good evening to y'all landlubbers. We be the high seas. And then Pixie is over here shouting at Tammy, I'm not behind the drums, I'm not behind the drums. Pretty much kind of trying to tell him, don't start yet, I'm not even in position. And then Tammy continues, and that there be our drummer. Yeah, their drummer who's like yelling at you right now. Also sweet that they have merch. They have like High Seas t-shirts, and some of the audience is wearing them. So sweet. And Tammy continues, and there by the bar be our special mateys. We dedicate this first song to them, R. And then meanwhile, Chloe over here with a nice glass of I don't know, alcohol. Well, some sort of alcohol, because it doesn't really matter what type of alcohol beverage this is. It just matters that it's alcohol. And then Max is here still like enjoying themselves. Like they got like nice little smiles and stuff. They're enjoying themselves. Also, a nice little touch here is you can see Max's camera that she's holding. And the camera she's holding is still the camera that Chloe gave her in the original game. So Max is still using William, Chloe's dad's camera. So that's sweet. Let's see. Okay. So let's continue. Okay, and then now the High Seas start to sing. Well, specifically, Tammy starts to sing the song. All right, so 1, 2, and a 1, 2, 3, 4. You're a ghost in your own time, a spirit of a forgotten mind. You're here with me, but you're years away. Ooh, excuse me. And I wish you'd cross the veil and stay. And then Chloe comments, well, shit, if they only knew. And then Max says, kind of hits the nail on the head, right? Yeah, I know. Considering the song is supposed to be, like, dedicated to you, kind of makes sense. Elise says, I'm back, bitches. That's... Hey, welcome back, Elise. Welcome back. And then we have a nice little full panel shot of the whole of the whole page here. Uh, which is a really nice shot. You got Max and Chloe here in front, and then you have like all the audience members in front of them, and then you got all the high C's right there, and right with their nice logo and stuff on the banner. Well, Elise, you're seeing Chloe right now. She's right here in her right next to Max in their pirate outfits. They got their sweet little pirate outfits here. Um, and then Tammy continues. Um, no problem, no problem, Elise. Bring in your groceries. Bring in your groceries. You don't want to drop anything. You want to make sure they all get in safely. Um, and then Tammy continues saying, Tammy continues singing, singing the song. If you choose to go, I hope you know, I'll love your ghost. I'll love your ghost. The dead are walking. The dead are walking. Their flesh may fool you, but their hearts have stopped. And then a nice little picture here of Max and Chloe watching the performance, and then Max kind of looking at her watch. And then as soon as Max looks up, Chloe is gone. And meanwhile, Max is like, Chloe? So yeah, Chloe just up and disappeared. Weird. Um, and then meanwhile, and now Max is starting to freak out. So Max says, hey, did you see where Chloe went? And then random girl over here says, who? Max says, Chloe. And then the random girl says, don't know her, kid. And then Max, still freaking out here, says, hey, Sam, did Chloe go? And then Sam says, what? Max says, Chloe, the pirate with the blue hair. And then Sam says, sorry, dude, didn't see a blue-haired pirate. And then Max says, you know her. She designed that she's going to say flyer. But if you see the flyer, behind her that Max is pointing to the side here, it doesn't have the high C's design that Chloe made. So something is going wrong here. No problem, Elise. No problem, Elise. I'm glad you stopped by. Okay. So, boom, 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 boom. Hold on. Okay, that was weird. All right, don't worry about that. Okay. So let's continue here. Wow, time is actually flying. All right. And then Max finishes a flyer. right when she realizes, like, okay, that's not the flyer. And Max immediately is like, no, and has another nosebleed. And then random girl is like, hey, are you okay? And then Max says, Chloe. And then random girl says, is Chloe your friend? And then meanwhile, Max is freaking out even more, shouting Chloe all over the place. And then random girl is like, shit, is she okay? And then another random girl says, she sniffed something bad, I think, really. And then random guy says, calm down. Um, really? She's over here, like, saying, Max is over here freaking out, and then you have a random person saying that, oh no, she must be high right now. And then meanwhile, Tammy over here says, hold it, folks, make room down there. And then Dwight is like, Max, you okay? And then Dex says, shit, she alright? Um, Actually, let me see real quick. No, they're wearing the same thing. Okay. I was just wondering, I was like, is the High Seas wearing something different? And I'm like, no, it's pretty much the same thing, right? I think Dex is wearing a different color. But then again, it could be the lighting. Like to try to represent the lighting could make it look different. All right. Um, so Max, with a very bloody nose, immediately grabbing Tammy, says, Tammy, Chloe, I lost Chloe. She was here and then Tammy cuts her off. Chloe, Chloe Price, your friend from Arcadia Bay? And then Max says, yes. And then Pixie chimes in. Max, you know that Chloe, and clearly Pixie was about to say is dead. And then we jump, and then immediately Max is on the floor in Chloe's arms. And Chloe says, Max, are you okay? You just collapsed. And then Max says, Chloe, oh God, Chloe, you're here. And Max immediately hugging Chloe. Um, Chloe says, of course I'm here. We're both here. Also, fun little reference and callback. Hold on. And callback here is um is a point here is um if you remember in the original game, anytime the anytime when Max was going into the photographs, going into the photos and coming back from them, in the original game, the first thing Max would always do is immediately when she sees Chloe, immediately like give her a hug, like immediately grab her for a hug. So it's a nice callback here that something is going on, something is going wrong, and then immediately when Max comes back from it, from whatever's going on, and she sees Chloe, she immediately gives her a hug. So it's a nice little little callback to those moments in the original game. So let's jump. There we go. And then Chloe immediately over here using her finger to wipe the blood off Max's nose here. Chloe says, "Okay, my turn to make a decision, Max. I don't know what's going on, but I know where it started." And Chloe says, "We're going back to Arcadia Bay." Uh-oh. All right, so now we're going back to where it all began. So hopefully, going back to Arcadia Bay will probably help them figure out what the fuck is even happening. Oh, and this is also one of the this is one of the alternate variants for the variant covers for the issue. By the way, which this is pretty cool because it's almost like the cover is trying to be in the style of the video games. So nice video game style cover art. Oh, and here we go, chapter 2. And that was just chapter 1. Oh boy. We're probably going to be at this for a hot minute. Alright, hold on. Okay. So chapter 2. Also nice nice cover here for chapter 2, if you noticed. Because you have some characters around Max and Chloe here being represented as like ghosts. Because you have Warren right here. You have Warren over here. You have one of the police officers that you could interact with over here. You have Nathan standing right behind standing right behind Max here. And then you have right in front of the police officer, you have Joyce. So Joyce is here. Is anyone else there that I notice? Kind of. Let me see. Because this cover is also on the hardcover. So I'm kind of looking at it to see. Maybe Victoria? Maybe the person next to this cop could maybe be Victoria. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. Because I know that there are like random people here. So This girl to the side of Chloe here and behind Warren looks like that might be Kate. I don't know. Could be. I don't know. But yeah, some random uh people sprinkled in there. Uh Also, ads are gonna be starting in a few. So while ads get started and I will take a little bit of a break while ads play. Ah, because I'm definitely doing a lot of talking. Let's see. Ooh. Mm. I'll be right back. Let me get a refill. Let me get a refill of my drink real quick while ads are playing. Alrighty. Oh, okay. Ads are almost done. Ads are almost done. Hold on a minute. All right. Ah. Okay, where were we? All right, chapter 2. All right. So, following the road back to Arcadia Bay felt like tracing a vein right back to the heart of the storm we'd escaped a year ago. our time in Seattle, our new friends, the gig we'd been at the night before, they all felt away with every mile we traveled. What replaced them was everything we tried so hard not to feel. Ooh. And then this nice little spread here with all of the butterfly wings. Well, butterflies, blue butterflies all over the place. Also, nice little callback to the fact that Max and Chloe when they left Arcadia Bay, they went to Seattle. Makes sense because that's where Max moved to before the beginning of the original game and everything, which is what caused, the friction between Chloe and Max in the original game was Max moving away to Seattle. So both of them going to Seattle, also would be able to get help from Max's parents, because Max's parents are still in Seattle. So Max still has family over there, so they could go to them to get like some help and stuff from being like, hey, there was a storm, the town got wrecked, like we have no Chloe has no place to go, her home was wrecked, and like stuff like that. So since obviously Max and Chloe grew up together, and Max's parents and Chloe's parents were like really good friends and stuff, and they all know each other for so long, obviously Max's parents would have no problem helping out Chloe in that scenario. Oh, hey Elvis, the Elvis bobblehead for Chloe's truck. Also nice that Chloe still has her old truck around. And then I believe Max is the one that poked it. Yeah, Max is the one that poked the bobblehead so its head shakes. And then Chloe says, Max, stop bullying the king. If your hands need to be doing something so badly, take up smoking or something. That's kind of ironic coming from Chloe and how much she was like a smoker and stuff. Max says, no way. Experience has told me that smoking is definitely bad for my health and sanity. And it's gross. Hey, Max. Apparently you don't think smoking is that gross because your girlfriend here smokes, or at the very least was a smoker, because I don't think Chloe is ever shown in this comic series to ever be smoking, which kind of makes sense because I think there may be some comic rules against showing smoking for certain, if you want the comic to have a certain like age range. So they probably, I don't think Emma and Claudia were able to show Chloe smoking, I think. But cuz I don't recall Chloe ever smoking in the comic, so I don't know. But if she did stop smoking, then that's some fun character development, because it also shows that Chloe is less like anxious and stuff. Because one of the main reasons Chloe was even smoking to begin with is because of all the stress and anxiety and stuff that she was feeling like at home and stuff with David and her mom and Rachel being missing, and well, specifically David, her mom, and all the stress and stuff from not being able to process her dad's William's death and stuff. So if she's not smoking and not being depicted as a smoker in the comic books, it's a nice subtle way of showing that Chloe kind of moved past that stuff and she doesn't need to do that anymore. So that's sweet. And then we move on. Max says, sometimes I do think taking photos was as much about having something to do with my hands as it was anything else, though. And then Chloe says, so take a picture. You seemed to be managing with Tammy and the crew. And then Max says, you know I can't. Pixie, Dex, and the others, they were removed from everything. I felt, it felt easier. Me holding a camera up to life now. It's like I don't have the right. Chloe says, I get it, Max. You know I do. Gotta decide if that camera of yours is gonna be a shield or a sword. And then Max says poetic. You should give that one to Tammy. And then Chloe says, when I see her again, maybe I will. Nice. And then they got like a nice little smile on their faces. That's nice. The little joke and stuff kind of brings a smile to their face. Whoop, that is not what I wanted. There you go. Okay. And then Max says, why is that so hard to imagine right now? Chloe says, going back to Seattle, you mean? Max continues, we're not even at Arcadia Bay yet, and I feel like we wouldn't ever leave it again. And then Chloe says, it's just the weight of it. This is, Max, this is gonna hurt, but we're in it together, okay? You don't know the half of it, Chloe. And then Chloe says, before we know it, we'll be out again, back to Denial City, and with our friends, the ones who are alive. And then Max says, please, Chloe, don't even... and then... Okay, something... that sound effect is coming from the truck. And then Max says, oh, what's... And then Chloe says, well, shitbags. And then obviously the truck has an issue. And then Chloe continues, shitting shitbags of shit. And then Max says, so it's okay? As she's sitting on a rock, just waiting for Chloe to fix the truck here. And then Chloe says, sure, Max, it's great. Trucks are meant to have smoke pouring out of their engines. And then Max says, I was just asking. Obviously, Chloe is upset about the truck having a problem. Max says, can I do anything. And then Chloe says, wind back time and tell me to fill up the oil. And then Chloe immediately says, that was clearly a joke. And if you do, I'll kick your ass. And then Max says, like I'd even. It's like we said, life is what it is, and we'll take it as it comes. That is true. And also, Chloe, you have some oil or grease or whatnot on your cheek there. And then Chloe says, right. And what happened yesterday was what you're still trying to figure out. Max says, a blip. I don't know. It's been fine since. I think we're right about the stress of it all. Seeing the news, the invites. Also, Max, I like your shirt there. The little origamis. The little origami on the string. On the shirt. Real nice. And then Max says, this trip, the closure, I think it'll help. It'll help. It'll hurt, but it'll help. I promise I didn't jump. And then Chloe says with a smile, I believe you. While Max is over here wiping the oil from the oil or grease or whatnot from Chloe's cheek there. Well, trying to wipe it from Chloe's cheek. Because she looked like she was doing it, but it didn't. It looked like it didn't really come out. Because Chloe still has it on her face there. Also, Chloe, nice little variation of the Illuminati, the pyramid, the all-seeing eye pyramid, on your shirt there. Well, on your tank top. Oh, there you go. You can see a little bit of it there. A better look at the tank top there. And then Chloe says, we're not nearly brave enough. You are not nearly brave enough to lie to me again, dork. As Chloe jokingly plants some oil or ink right on Max's nose while booping her nose there. And meanwhile, over here, Max is wiping it off her nose with a smile, which is kind of funny. And then Chloe says, pretty sure I have a spare oil can in here somewhere. I'll need to let the engine cool for a bit, though. It also says, Chloe wrote, what was it, pirate? It says pirate something written on the on the side of the pickup truck here. And then Max, getting serious again, says, Chloe, and then Chloe immediately is like I said, I have a toolkit in here. I'll do what I can, okay? Wait, Chloe, did your shirt just change? Yeah, it's the Illuminati shirt there. The Illuminati tank top there. And then in this shot, it's a skull. She's wearing a tank top with a skull with some plants or something coming out of it. Huh. Okay. Also, a clear tip-off that something is kind of wrong here. Because yet again, the different shirts, the different tank tops, and the fact that Chloe said that she has a toolkit, even though previously Chloe said that she has a can of oil, a spare can of oil. So, which meanwhile, Max says, right, sure. So see, so even Max notices that, like, okay, something clearly happened there. So even Max notices that there was a change there, like a slight change in Chloe's appearance and in what she said. Okay. Uh, Also, a little. Uh, this is kind of a little nitpick, but it's also something that I completely understand from an artist perspective. Um, but it's also something that would probably, that some Life is Strange fans would most likely be able to notice pretty much immediately is when Chloe is not wearing like a hat or anything on her head and you see her full like head of hair, you'll notice that it's all blue, even the top of her head, even though if you've played the original game and you've seen the moments where Chloe doesn't have her hat on, her beanie on, she's supposed to have um, like pink hair on her head, on the top of her head, like some remnants of like pink hair dye on her head. So, so yeah, it's not being depicted here throughout the comic book, which I do understand from like an artist and from like an inking perspective, because then you have to make sure to pay attention to every single moment that Chloe doesn't have a hat on and her hair is in full view, because then you have to make sure to put the different colors over and over and over again in every single panel, and you have to keep track of that. So, from an artist perspective and from an inking perspective, it's a lot easier to just have Chloe's hair be completely blue, because it makes the process a lot easier to go with. Like, would it have been nice if they still had like the pink hair on the top of Chloe's head? Yes, but I completely understand from like a time saving perspective and from a practical perspective, given the art and the ink and all that stuff, the time that it would take to constantly keep that going. And plus, they're already messing with the weird anomalies that's going on where like people's outfits are changing and they're saying like different things and stuff like that. So they're already playing around with enough stuff to try to relay to the audience that there's some weird stuff going on. So, well, relay to the reader that there's some weird stuff going on. All right, and then Chloe says, "Okay, you metal beastie, we've done the whole my truck is a metaphor for my life routine before. It's so last season." I see what you did there, Emma. I see what you did there with that comment. So last season. All right. Oh, and to prove even more that something that there was a hiccup and something happened there, Max has a nosebleed again that she's wiping the blood off of her nose again. Like wiping the blood from her nose again. Um, and we also get a nice shot of Max's t-shirt here with the 3 origamis hanging there. Which yet again, the motif of threes, because we said before when we covered the original game that there is a 3 metaphor that's going on, especially when it comes to the ending that we're going with here, the Max and Chloe ending. And when that ending was happening, you saw like 3 does, you saw 3 birds, and then the last thing you saw was Chloe's 3 bullet necklace and stuff. So continuing the metaphor of threes with Max's 3 origami birds shirt here, which again, the 3 things would be representing Max herself, Chloe, and Rachel. So that would be like your threes that's being referenced there. Because Chloe, if you've noticed, Chloe also still has her 3 bullet necklace that she's wearing. And then Chloe finishes repairing the truck. And they continue on their way. Wait, does Chloe have a... Hold on. Okay, I need to go back to where they were in the truck real quick. Oh yeah, she does. Chloe has a feather hanging off of the car mirror there. I wonder if that feather is supposed to be referring to be a reference to Rachel. Interesting. Oh, okay, yes, Chloe is supposed to be having the 3 bullet necklace there. All right, so let's okay, so we're back to where we left off. So they're got the car started, and then Chloe's like, "What?" And Max is like, Max continues, "I was thinking about closure about your mom. Chloe, I know there's so much to face when we get there, but I think we should prioritize." And then Chloe interrupts, "No. She's gone. Like Dad is gone. It's like you said, they're all gone now, right? We're coming back for you." Okay. Hold on. Whoa, that is not what I want. Okay, there you go. Where's the... Because the thing's kind of cut off there. Okay, I can't see it. Can we move? No, we can't. Come on. Hold on. I know how to solve this. Bring out the book again. Alright, so we're in chapter 2. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we're coming back to get you, you better. That's it. All right. So I am going to have this on my on my lap now, just in case, because certain things get cut off how the window is shown here. So I gotta keep that in mind. All right. So Max says, "I know, but I think you need to." And then Chloe cuts Max off, saying, Max, I don't need you to psychoanalyze me, okay? I'm dealing with things on my own. I always have. I don't want to talk about Joyce. And then Chloe says, fuck me, the subtlety of it all. And then this is what she's talking about. So we got a nice, I say nice, banner of Nathan here saying Arcadia Bay 1 year on, restoration funded by the Nathan Prescott Foundation. Oh, and then we have a sign on the bottom here that says RV parking in the back. And some safety tips, which kind of makes sense because the town is wrecked, so you have to be very cautious where where you're walking. And then, well, we're finally back in Arcadia Bay. And then Max narrating here. I don't know what we'd expect to see here, but I mean, hold on. Excuse me. What we expected to see here, maybe desert desolation would have been easier to react to. Instead, we were looking at the efforts to restore what had been destroyed. Okay, and then we get a full page spread here. What does that say on the bottom? Okay, it says on the bottom with the Nathan banner thing again. Now it's a flyer. Yet again, Arcadia Bay 1 year on. Restoration funded by the Nathan Prescott Foundation. And it has a picture of Blackwell there. And it says, held on Blackwell Academy ground. Okay, so they're gonna do the memorial services, the remembrance service at Blackwell Academy. Okay. And obviously all the caution signs with everybody doing construction work. Okay, it's just name of the construction company on the van. Rather than being faced with the unadulterated horror of what we'd abandoned, we were confronted with empty normalcy, clean, um, cons- uh, functioning, numb. And then we have Max and Chloe just walking through the streets, and we have a deer just messing around in the bushes there. Uh, I do like the touch of Max. Of Max holding Chloe's hand here. As they're walking. And Max says, I. And then now the deer just looks at Max. And then Chloe says, new residents already. Shoo, Bambi. And then Max says, you see that? And then Chloe says, of course I see it, Max. It's a freaking deer. They're kind of big. Max says, right. And then Chloe continues, and while they're pretty cute, their predators are less so. That is correct. Like, you don't want to fuck around with things that hunt deers. And Chloe continues, where deers roam, bears follow. And then Chloe says under her breath there, like, shit, I think the step douche told me that. Nice David reference on that one. And then Max clearly sees something shocking. Well, shocking enough that she literally falls to her knees. And then Max says, Chloe, I don't know what I'm feeling. I can't take this in. And what is she looking at? Oh, well, it's the wreck of the Two Whales diner. So what's left of it? And then Chloe says, Max, I'm going to repeat to you what you said to me too many times when we first left. We don't know. We don't know. We can't possibly know for sure that we caused the storm. Exactly. That's literally what I've said. Like, Max just goes off assumptions that she caused everything, which yet again is not 100% factual, because the game doesn't blatantly state that Max did anything, that Max caused anything. So it's up in the air all the time, which is good because it keeps the storm like relatively like mysterious on what the cause of it is and why it's even around. Well, why it even was around. And then Chloe says, we know some crazy shit happened. We know that you wouldn't let that crazy shit happen again. We know that I'm here. We know that there was a storm. That's it. That is true. And Chloe continues, you can't shoulder it all. I can't. To believe that our shitty personal lives can cause destruction on this level is narcissism. Drop the thought now. That makes sense. And then Max is clearly looking at something else and not looking directly at Chloe. Max says, I know I, and then obviously gets distracted by something. And then Chloe is also questioning and confused. Chloe says, Maximus. And, well, Max clearly got up and is looking at and moving towards something. And what is that thing? It's the diner looking completely fine. And meanwhile, Chloe is calling out to Max here, saying Max. I also appreciate how, like, obviously this is some weird, like, vision or something that Max is clearly looking at. And I do appreciate that you could tell like the artwork in this, like the coloring and stuff, is slightly like different, um to visually show that there is like something weird going on, like some distortion, something is happening. And then we move past here, and Max is still wearing the clothes that she's supposed to be wearing right now, and a completely different Chloe is standing right next to her. So that is odd. Oh, LiS, you're playing. LiS is playing Life is Strange 2. That playing Life is Strange 2, and they just finished episode 3. Nice, 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 nice. Uh, from what you said there, you're clearly getting some of the worst decisions in the game, some of the worst results there. So that's unfortunate, I guess. Unless you're trying to do like a worst decisions run. Unless you're trying to do that, then congratulations. Yes, exactly, Elise. Elise says less than 2% of players got that ending. That is fair. Because, like I said, that's one of the more, like, worst case scenario things to happen. So that is fair. Oh, wow. Yeah, that is. Yeah, that is. That is one of the worst one of the worst situations to happen. That is fair. That is fair. Uh okay, so where were we? Okay, who is saying this to Max and Chloe here? So somebody says to Max and Chloe, Chloe Price and Max Caulfield, oh my god, in person. Um, Hold on. Well, that is fair. That is fair, at least. If you don't like those characters, then it's like, all right, whatever. Like, fuck, fuck what happens to them, right? Like, I get it. Believe me, I get it. Don't worry, don't worry, but don't worry too much about it. Um. Okay, so who was this that was talking to Chloe and Max here? Oh my God, it's Dana. Um, so Dana says, I want to hear all about school in Seattle, but I gotta get this one home for a nap. How long are you in Arcadia, are in the Bay for? Because if you notice on the bottom here, Dana is moving a stroller around. So so Dana either had another baby or she kept the baby that she was supposed to have instead of aborting the baby. So either way, she has a kid here. So interesting. And then meanwhile, Chloe says, "Max, get out of there. It might not be safe." Okay, so clearly, so Chloe is obviously not seeing whatever the fuck Max is seeing here. Um, and from what Chloe is seeing, everything is still like destroyed and wrecked and everything. But Max is over here in some dream, like dream reality or something, where well, she's clearly smiling there, and is completely seeing the diner in a intact perspective, like everything's intact from what she's seeing. And she's also talking, well, Dana is also talking to her, so that's not encouraging sign of sanity right now. And then now we go back and we see from Mac's perspective here. And then now we get a clear shot of Dana with the baby stroller, the baby carriage here. Uh so Dana says, listen, call me, okay? You have my number, Max. I'd love to catch up while you're here. Hear about all the amazing stuff you guys have been up to. And then Max, says, Dana, and obviously Max is very confused about what the fuck she's even seeing right now. Um, and, so from what Dana has been saying, in whatever reality Max is seeing here right now, and seeing and listening to right now, Max and Chloe have been going to school in Seattle, have gone to Seattle and has been going to school there. So, kind of a weird reality going on here. And then meanwhile, back in the normal reality, I guess, Chloe says, Max, I know I'm usually the rebel, but I don't think we should be in here. Yeah, I know. Be inside a condemned building that looks like a bunch of stuff could collapse at any minute. Yeah, that is not the wisest, but then again, Max is obviously not seeing any of that right now. And then meanwhile, um Chloe, well, Chloe in the normal reality says, Max, come on, let's get out. And then meanwhile, Max is like, huh? Okay, so Max kind of hears what Chloe is saying from the normal reality because she kind of questions like what happened? What you say? And then um, meanwhile, this reality's Chloe says, oh, dude, you wouldn't believe the shit we've been doing. Leaving Blackwell was the best choice I ever made. Okay, so Chloe is talking to Dana here. And then so Chloe in the normal reality, excuse me, grabs Max's hand, and then um, now regular Chloe is like, wait, uh, what the actual? And then Max says, Chloe, and then now that Chloe is touching Max, that Chloe is making physical contact by holding her hand. Now Chloe is seeing and hearing what Max is also seeing. So now Chloe is seeing what's going on. So now Dana says, "Oh yeah, Chloe, your mom just popped to the back to get some more eggs. But she'll be happy to see you're back." And then Chloe confusingly is like, "My Joyce? Mom?" And yeah, Chloe is trying to catch up to speed here. And then Dana says, you do only have the one mom, I assume. I'm guessing that's why you're here, not to see me. Still, I'm glad I bumped into you guys. So now Dana is leaving. And Dana says, call me, Max. And then the voice from off panel says, Chloe, you're home. Young lady, get over here and give me a damn hug. Okay, so obviously that's supposed to be Joyce calling out to Chloe. And then immediately Chloe turns around and says, Mom? And now they both go back to the normal reality. And Chloe says, Mom? And then Max says, Chloe? And then Chloe says, Max, you're going to think I'm mad, but I think my mom was here. And then Max, grabbing Chloe here, with a nosebleed, by the way, says, Chloe, you saw the diner. You saw Dana? And then Chloe says, Dana Ward? Yeah, I remember her. She never had a kid, though. Wait, was that real? And then Max says, Chloe, do you understand what just happened? Not really, Max. I think, isn't this the whole reason we're in Arcadia Bay to kind of figure out, like, what the fuck is even happening? And then Chloe says, Christ, Max, your face. The blood is back, and shit, Max, what was that? You sure you're not jumping? And then Max says, I swear I'm not. But what you just saw, it's been happening a lot. And Max over here wiping the blood from her nose. I didn't want to worry you, Chloe. The closer we got to Arcadia Bay, the closer together they got. The visions. But now you've seen one too, and And a voice calling out off screen, you two, get out here. Get out of there. Which was the construction lady. Well, the construction lady says, most of the structures here are off limits. It's not safe. Alright, let me put the book to the side because it doesn't seem like I need the book right now. If I need it, I'll just grab it. It's off to the side anyway. Just in case. Max says, we're sorry, ma'am. We just wanted to see it. And then Chloe's like, whatever. Well, whatever to the lady. To the construction lady. And then the construction lady says, you used to live here. Sorry, kid. It's tough. I can't imagine. But if you're here for the Prescott event, you need to be staying toward the Blackwell side of town. It's safer. Okay, so that area didn't get a lot of damage, too much damage done to it. And then Max catching up with Chloe, who walked off to the side there. Chloe, are you okay? I don't know how that happened, but... And then Chloe says, give me a break. Give me a moment, Max, okay? And then Max says, I'm sorry, I lied. I should have told you about the visions. Okay, obviously, Chloe is upset. Kind of understandable. Especially when Chloe keeps telling Max to... When told her earlier, when you're getting these visions and stuff, let me know. When shit like this is happening, let me know. And Max did not say that, so Chloe is a little upset. And Chloe says, Max. And then Max says, talk to me, Chloe. Are you angry with me? And then Chloe immediately yelling at Max here. It's not always about you, Max. And immediately Chloe, realizing what she did, calms down and is like, I mean, fuck, sorry. And Chloe continues, that was my mom in there. She was there, Max. I heard her voice. I nearly saw her. True. Chloe continues, but she wasn't real, was she? Because she's dead. Just like Dana, just like everyone. Well, not everyone. Like, we do know there are some survivors, so not everyone died. But obviously Chloe is upset and she's over exaggerating a little bit. And then Max says, I don't know. It's like they're real when I see them. Clearly. And then Chloe says, Max, I don't have a freaking clue what's going on, but I think I need to go home. And then Max says, to Seattle? And then Chloe's like, no. No. Oh, and then now we transition to Chloe's house. What remains of Chloe's house. Alright, let me at least finish this panel real quick. So Max says, are you sure about being here? I know you didn't want to. And then Chloe says, yeah, I'm sure. Just tell me if my hair goes an unfashionable color. That's funny. At least they're try to joke about the situation to try to lighten the mood a little bit. Also, ads are starting. So we will take a little break and continue reading along. Uh, Once the ads are done. Do, 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 do. So on that note, I will continue to eat my pizza. And you got a drink. Ooh. Ah, that's good. Ooh. Let's see. Okay. Oh, still got about 2 more minutes. Ah, but yeah, the progression, the progression of the story has been going pretty well. How the story has been progressing. The mystery of what is going on with these involuntary um how do we say involuntary glimpses into these different realities and stuff. It is gonna get an answer. You are gonna get an answer to it. It's just building like the mystery and figuring out like what exactly is happening. So you are gonna uh get an answer to what's going on here. So uh so it is definitely really fun, especially since we're in Arcadia Bay and we're actually going to like some of the more iconic locations that you would go to within the game. Like we were just at the diner, and then now we're at Chloe's house, and eventually we're gonna have to go to Blackwell anyway, because that's where the memorial service is gonna, the remembrance service is gonna be. So let's everyone's back from ads, so let's continue on. And then Chloe says, Max, what if something in you is giving me a chance to say goodbye to mom? Just like you helped me find Rachel, maybe, I don't know, it sounds stupid to say it out loud. Hey, look, it's your wrecked kitchen, Chloe. Um, And then Chloe continues, I mean, when we saw those posters on the way here change, what did that have to do with Mom or us? Can posters have ghosts? And then meanwhile, Max is over here kind of having another headache. So does that mean something's about to change? Um, and then Chloe says, Max, you okay? Is it happening again? And then Max says, I don't think so. You look the same, but clearly something's happening. And then, whoop. And then Chloe says, well, no, Max says, Chloe, it's happening. Huh? What? Give me your hand. Maybe it has. And then yet again, the thing is getting cut off on the bottom there. Well, on the bottom for me, like I can't see it, but but you guys most likely can see it. I just can't. Which is why I have the book with me, so I can read it. Oh, there you go. Okay, so Chloe said, what? Give me your hand. Maybe it has to be, hands. Yeah, so that way Chloe can actually see what's happening. Because we saw earlier that once Chloe was able to have, physical contact with Max, like grabbing her hand, then Chloe can kind of see and hear what Max is experiencing here. Which is Joyce sitting in the not wrecked house, looking through something. And then Max says, Mrs. Joyce? And then Chloe says, where? Is she here? I can't see her. Okay, so for some reason, even though Chloe is holding Max's hand, Chloe still can't see or hear what's happening. Even though she could hear Max though. So she could hear what Max is saying. But she can't she can't see Joyce though. And then meanwhile Joyce says, Maxine, oh honey, I didn't hear you come in, I'm sorry. You want a drink or something? Joyce, do you leave the front door of your house open? Because how would you not hear Max come in if the door isn't, like, open? Like, like, don't leave the door open, okay? Like, that's how strangers and people you don't want can just walk into your house. Like, at the very least, you would have heard Max, like, have a doorbell or something. Unless Max has a key to get in, then maybe. And then what is Joyce looking at? Oh, Joyce is looking at... that's depressing. She made a scrapbook of newspaper clippings about Nathan shooting Chloe in the bathroom. So Joyce has cut out all the newspaper articles about the incident and made a scrapbook about it. That is depressing. That's not great. So okay, so this is showing the um showing the Save Arcadia Bay ending. So that's clearly what this is showing. So that's kind of depressing. And then Max says, no. And then Joy says, no, I don't. Excuse me. I don't blame you. I can't stomach a thing either. It doesn't feel like a year. And then Chloe says, Max, what's happening? I can't see anything. And then Max says, Joyce, do you see Chloe? And then Joyce says, I see her everywhere, Max, every day. Joyce, I think Max is saying, literally, do you literally see Chloe? Not metaphorically. And then Chloe says, who are you talking to, Max? Is it her? Why can't I hear her? And then Max says, but you don't see her now, right now? And then Joy says, now Max, enough. I don't believe in ghosts, but if Chloe was one, this would be the last place she'd be hanging out, I think. And then Chloe says, I don't see her. I don't see her at all. God damn it. And then Max says, Joyce. And then, as we saw, Joyce was getting up. And then she just walks right through Chloe like she's not even there. So that is kind of weird. So now Chloe's like, fuck it, and is just sitting in a fetal position on the floor. And Chloe says, why can't I see her? Why can't I hear her? Fuck. And then Joyce is like, Max, are you okay? Clearly Max is not. Looks like she's getting a really bad headache right now, which is not great. And then Max freaking out is like, wait. And then Max continues to talk to Joyce here. This will sound weird, but has there been a storm this past year? A big storm. Birds on the ground, whales on the beach. And then Joyce says, Max, what on earth are you talking about? Okay, so clearly that didn't happen. Because Joyce doesn't know what you're talking about. And Max, over here sweating bullets, is like, a storm was here. A storm, was here. A storm after Chloe died. And then Chloe's like, after I... And then, Joy says, Max, I know I love you like a daughter. You were a good friend to Chloe, but I can't deal with this right now. Of course, there's not been a storm. You only had to look outside of the windows. And then, Joyce continues to say, come on now. David should be here any minute with the car. And well, you know, Chloe would disown me if I was late to her anniversary. Which, meanwhile, Max is over here kind of getting exhausted. And Chloe just sitting in the fetal position there. And Chloe says, Max, she continues, tell her I'm sorry. Tell her I love her. And then Max, while sweating bullets and with her nose bleeding again. Jesus Christ, Max. At this point, you need to pack a bunch of tissues because you're getting way more nosebleeds now than you were getting in the entire original game at this point. And then, okay, so Max reaches out to give Joyce a hug and to deliver Joyce the message that Chloe said. So Max says, Chloe loved you so much. She always wanted for you to be happy. And then Joyce says, I love her too. I'll always love her. Whether I see her or not. Whether I can see her or not. Okay. And then meanwhile, Joyce is fading. And then we're back to the normal reality. And Max immediately drops to her knees. And Max says, she's gone. And then Chloe says thank you. And Max is about to pass out, saying, Chloe, I don't think that was the fix. Well, clearly not, because your nose is so severely just bleeding right now, and you just passed out. So, clearly nothing has been fixed. If anything, I would make the argument that it's getting worse. And we have the night sky. I would assume that's the night sky. Or something else. Oh, and then we got another variant cover for the second issue. With another video game inspired cover. So sweet, they look good. The video game covers for these actually look pretty good. So kudos to the artists that were able to do this. Oh, here we go. Chapter 3, issue 3. Okay, so I don't think that was the stars. I think it's back to the butterfly stuff. So chapter 3 here, we have, well, a bunch of Polaroid pictures of Max here. Also, just like with chapter 2 or issue 2, that was a cover that was done by Claudia, and this is another variant cover that is also done by Claudia. Another cover that's done by Claudia, so sweet. And now we're back to the butterfly montage here. I mean the butterfly, the blue butterfly effect thing here. So, interesting. Okay, now we're back to the high seas, who are practicing their song that they were singing earlier. So Tammy is singing. They say forever is a long time, but I don't hear a word they say. They say forever is a long time, but I guess I must have found a way to... And the thing is cut off again. Uh, there we go. To bend the rules and surf the tides of time. Forever starts the day I make you mine. Um, I will say also, and then here's the full page, the full page art, which is also sweet. That what was it? You have the pictures that Max took on the table over here, um, and obviously their logo that Chloe made on the flyers behind Pixie, and then next to Pixie and behind Dax, the flag, the High Seas flag design that they have there. I will also say that what was it? That Emma had to, because obviously Emma was, writes the comic here, and she also had to write the lyrics for the High Seas songs. So trying to come up with a song is also a little bit of a tough thing to do. Like you're writing the story, and then you have to write some like lyrics to a song at the same time. So that's kind of like a woo boy moment. Um, but kudos to her for being able to do to write all that. So the song continues. With so much there between us, so many things unsaid. Right. Okay. So that's all that said. Making sure nothing was cut off there. There are words I want to say. If I could only clear my head, can we forget about the past and draw a line? Forever starts the day I make you mine. Okay, so now Tammy stops singing and now she's talking. It's getting there, guys. Dropping off with that last line is way better, but some of the middle section is still janky. Um, and then Pixie enthusiastically here is like, "Yeah, you guys, it sounds so much better than it did in my head." Um, and then Dex over here is like, "So, who's it about?" And then Pixie's like, "What? Huh? What do you mean?" And then Tammy's like, "Yeah, Pixie, I was wondering the same." And then Pixie says, "Oh, come on, you guys. No one listens to the lyrics. You're just, they're just, noise with shapes." Okay, that's one way of putting it to Pixie, I guess. And then Dex says, "Yeah, heart shapes in this case." um, and then Dwight says, "Are we doing this? Really?" Oh, excuse me. And then Tammy says, "Come on, Pixie. Are you on the ship or driving the ship?" Um, and then Dex says, "I think she's driving it, but she's like wishing she was on it." And then meanwhile, I like how Pixie in the background here is kind of like, kind of a little embarrassed a little bit. And then Pixie says, all right, shut up. You know it's all about Max and Chloe. Do you want to use the song or not? uh, and then what was it? Dex is like, a mighty songwriter, grant us this boon. And then Dwight's like, forgive, forgive. And then Tammy's like, great Pixie, we love it. We love you. Tease, tease. And then Pixie without missing a beat. That's more like it. Nice, Pixie. And then Pixie continues, I just want them to be happy, you know. It's hard to miss how they look at each other, but with what they've been through, maybe this trip will give them some closure. You would hope so. Um, and then Pixie gets up and grabs her phone to text, I guess. Um, Pixie says, I hope they're both okay. It's only been a few days, but I miss them. And then Dwight says, yeah, I can't imagine what going back there will be like. Oh boy. It's been quite shit so far. To be honest. So it's been like shit, Dwight. It's been like shit. Especially a lot of nosebleeds and headaches for Max. So Pixie's over here texting. Um, uh, and then Tammy says, none of us can. It must feel like a different life. And then Pixie says, I kind of hope it does. Losing all those people, it's horrible. And then Dex says, I can vouch for the benefits of starting a new life. Mind you, my old one wasn't swept away by a storm. Not literally, anyways. That's one way of putting that, Dex. And then they just silently think about that for a minute. And then Tammy says, oh my god, enough. They'll be back in a few days and we're going to be something happy and fun for them to come back to, okay? And that includes more music, you slackers. And then everybody else says, aye aye, Captain. And then Pixie was obviously texting and Pixie's text a nice little picture of all the high seas together. And Pixie's text says, we are missing you guys. Morale is low here without our Max and Chloe. Looking forward to getting you back home. Sweet. There's nothing left in that panel, is there? I gotta make sure nothing's cut off there. Son of a bitch. No, okay. Making sure nothing was cut off. Okay. And then, okay, she was specifically texting Chloe there. So Chloe texts Pixie back. Missing you two, back before you know it. And where are Max and Chloe now? And Chloe says, back home, huh? They are in Chloe's wrecked bedroom. Yet again, whatever is left of the damn house. Um, so Max finally wakes up after being unconscious, saying Chloe, and then Chloe says, "Right behind you, morning. I'd offer you coffee, but we're in hell." And then Chloe, and then Max, wiping her eyes, says, "What? We're in your room." And then Chloe jokingly is like I said, hell, right? Yeah. And then Max is like, okay. And Chloe continues, "You're all cleaned up. Last thing you said was to bring you up here." And then Max says, "Thanks." And Chloe says, "You feel okay?" And Max says, "I think so. I'm tired. But I mean, I'm here, you know." Chloe says, "No ghosts?" Max says, "No ghosts." As they're both sitting up on the edge of the bed here, Max says, "I wish you could have seen her, Chloe. I don't know why it didn't work." Oh, wait. I read that backwards. Okay, Chloe's supposed to say something first. Okay, Chloe says first, "Good. I think last night was enough for now." Then Max says, "I wish you could have seen her, Chloe. I don't know why it didn't work." And then now Chloe says, "It was enough. You did enough." And Chloe gets up and continues to say, "Besides, while you were asleep, I spent some time in the house, my house. I I feel like I know my parents didn't choose to leave me, but it's starting to sink in now that they are both gone. Maybe I needed this chance to say goodbye, to process or whatever bullshit word they call it." And then Max says, "I'm glad. I wish I could bring them back for you, Chloe. I wish that could work." And then Chloe says, your Super Max days are past, okay? I'd like regular, normal, healthy Max back, please." Oh, and a bird. Did the bird just randomly fly in? Well, the window is kind of broken, but I don't see an opening where the bird would have flew in. But either way, Chloe says, "What? What?" And then Max says, "A bird?" And then Chloe says, "You could be anywhere, and you chose this place? Fucking crazy fucking bird." And then now Chloe opens up the door. I mean, opens up the door, opens up the window, and lets the bird fly out of it. Chloe says, "Fly away, birdie, be free." And then Chloe looks over at Max and says, "Hey, Max, you seeing a vision?" And then Max says, "Nope, just a memory." And then Chloe says, "There are a lot of those here, huh? Good ones, shitty ones. I remember being here and talking about losing Rachel. I remember feeling so angry at her, at you, at mom, at David, at fucking everybody. And now we've lost everybody, and I just can't make myself feel angry at all. I know, Chloe, you kind of become numb after a while, huh? And then Max, grabbing Chloe on the shoulder, says, "I think that's fine, Chloe. I think that's good." And then Max looks like she's hugging Chloe's arm here. And Max continues to say, "It was my fault. The storm. I wanted to believe it wasn't, but Joyce said it was." And then Chloe cuts Max off, says, "I heard you. I couldn't hear her, but I could hear you." And Chloe hugging Max while saying that. And Chloe continues to say, "You couldn't have won, Max. There are no right or wrong choice. There was no right or wrong choice. And I'm through feeling like I wasn't worthy of your decision. I'm sorry if I made it harder on you." And then Max says, "Good." And later, and now we're at the what remains of our of Blackwell now. And Max says, "Talking of memories," and then Chloe says, "Right." And as they're walking through the front courtyard of Blackwell here, uh, Max says, "God, this is too weird. It feels like they're all just taking an off day, a day off, but." And then Chloe says, "There's a memorial plaque over there to those lost. Fuck, it reads like a war memorial." That is fair. That's for all the NPCs. All the dead NPCs that nobody gives a fuck about. That's where all the names of those NPCs are. And then Max says, "I don't think I can handle looking at the list of names again." And then somebody is saying Max. So who is that? Who the fuck is that? Oh my god, it's Warren. Which kind of doesn't make sense, but has to be another vision. Because technically, if Joyce is dead, then he should also be dead, because he was also at the diner. So Warren says, "I guess the place is deserted until tomorrow." It's all a bit I Am Legend right now. And then Max over here confused is like, "Warren, you're here for the memorial? You're..." And then Warren cuts Max off and continues to say, "Of course I am. So this is how we say goodbye to them, huh? I feel like I could look into those windows and see the old gang sat in classes like nothing has changed. It's so hard to believe they're all gone, even a year on." I like how Max's face is kind of is drawn kind of dumbfounded looking at him right now. That's kind of funny. And Warren continues to say, "Not that you know, I ever make habits of looking through windows at people or..." That's funny. That's that's a funny that's a funny deep cut reference to to the moment of to the moment what was it? At the beginning of episode 2 in the original game when Max is getting ready to go take a shower, to go to the shower. I think it's either before you go to take a shower or when you come back to Max's room after you took a shower. If you look at the window, if you look through the window, you could see Warren uh looking like coming out from the corner of the building uh looking around the corner to see if Max is coming out. The insinuation is that Warren is looking at the door, like the front door of the dorms, to see if Max is like coming out of the, if somebody is coming out of the building. Um, but most people that see, some people that see that are able to catch the Warren thing, um, from looking out the window and seeing him, um, some people interpret that as like it's written here, interpret that as Warren looking up at Max's dorm room window, and seeing if she's like standing by the window or something. So that's kind of what they're insinuating here, is kind of a callback to him maybe looking up at the window, or maybe like I generally interpret it as, is Warren looking at the front door of the dorm and seeing if Max is like walking out of the building. Because that's how I interpret it. But some people interpret it as Warren being creepy and looking to see if Max is by the window. But either way, Warren continues to say, "Hey Max, you okay? I know this is a lot. I don't know what. I don't know that I'm handling it great either." And then Max says, "Warren, the diner, the explosion. Are you?" And then Max touching Warren's face, I guess to make sure if he's real. Max says, "You're here, but I saw the diner after the explosion, and Warren says, Max, there was no explosion. We stopped the fire, remember? It's the only reason I'm here when everyone else is." And then Warren continues, "Wait, you think there was an explosion?" And then Max says, "Oh." And then now Chloe says, "I guess they're going to attach the plaque to whatever is under that sheet." And then Chloe continues, "I doubt anyone would mind if we took a peek-see under there, see what Prescott money can buy." And then Max says, "Chloe, was Warren Graham's name on that list?" And then Warren says, "Was my name on what list?" And then Chloe confusingly is like, "You know it was. Max, did you see something?" And then Warren says, "Max, what list? Did you say Chloe?" but she died before this storm even. And then Max says, I'm seeing it right now. Warren's here. And then Chloe's like, what? And then Chloe grabbing Max's hand again. It's okay, Max. I'm here. I'm here. We'll talk. Where the fuck is it? There we go. Trying to find the page. We'll talk to him together. There you go. Okay. And then we go over, and then, wow, Chloe is clearly having a headache right now. And Warren says, Max, you're scaring me. Is it happening again? You promised you wouldn't. And then Max says, no, it's not that. Don't you see Chloe? And then, as I said, Chloe clearly having a headache is like, Max, I don't see him, but it hurts. Okay, so now that Chloe is holding Max's hand, now it's giving her a headache. Apparently a really big headache. Warren says, maybe we should go home. Maybe we shouldn't have come. It's too much. And then Max says, Warren, I'm sorry. You died. You died, and it's all my... And then Chloe says, what the fuck? Ow, my head. And then Max over here shouting with another nosebleed, it's all my fault. And okay, something just happened here. It's like a flash of white light. And then both Max and Chloe on their knees. And Max says, Chloe, your nose, the blood. And then Chloe says, yours too. Is this how it feels? Apparently, because both of you have nosebleeds now. Specifically, Chloe having a nosebleed because she was holding hands with Max and was, at the very least, feeling the negative effects of what Max is feeling. And then, obviously, both of them hugging each other, and Max says, I'm sorry it hurt you. For just a moment, I thought he was real. He seemed real. And then, Chloe, holding Max but pulling her away a little bit, says, shit. So, you're still seeing those visions. How do we fix this, Max? And then Max says, they're not always bad. I mean, it was good to see him. He didn't seem like a ghost somehow. And then, meanwhile, Chloe over here checking to see if Max has a fever, I guess. Hey, at this point, Max could feel sick of some kind. And then Chloe says, but they're hurting you. It's hurting you. Whatever is happening is hurting you, Max. And Max says, I know, it feels fine while I'm seeing them, but... Ah, shit. And we just transitioned into another vision, and Max is clearly Max is clearly seeing somebody, somebody shocking, and Max says, Chloe, do you see her? And then Chloe turns around to look, and she says, oh yeah, yeah, I see her. Oh boy. And uh who does Chloe see? Oh boy. Shit. Oh boy, the emotions are already coming. Um and who does Chloe see? Well, Chloe and Max see. And Rachel says, Chloe, Max, perfect. And also, another thing to note is that Chloe and Max are still holding hands, so both of them are well, Chloe's able to see this now. Well, to see and hear this. Is there anyone familiar behind Rachel? No. Okay. So it's just some random people. So Chloe, well, Max says, you, Rachel? And then Rachel says, yes, yes, me, Rachel, you, Max, this, Chloe. But more importantly, this paper. And then Chloe says, holy shit. I know, that's an understatement, isn't it? And then Rachel says, so you're not gonna believe this, but you know that shit hot photography teacher. Oh, Mr. Jefferson, you mean? Uh, and Rachel continues, you know how Maxine was so sad that Blackwell fired his ass for stealing supplies? And Rachel continues, well, he only got freaking arrested in LA yesterday for sleeping with one of the students at his new school. His new school, ill. What a fucking slime ball. I told you my creepy senses were tingling. I have a sixth sense when it comes to these things. Okay, so in this reality, uh so in this reality, besides the fact that Rachel is alive and is going to school with Chloe and Max, okay, so clearly something happened in this reality where Jefferson got busted for stealing supplies, like Rachel said. So clearly he wasn't around long enough for whatever is gonna happen with Rachel to happen. And somehow he was still around when Max was here? Because technically, everything that happens with Max happens in the original game when Max shows up. Rachel is already missing. Okay, so clearly in this reality, a bunch of different things happened for Rachel to still be here. And then obviously Chloe and Max say holy shit. Yeah, holy shit is definitely an understatement. And then Max says, I don't, wow. So he, and then Chloe, just as confused, is like, Max, what is this? Is she a ghost? Is this all a ghost? Like Dana? And then Rachel confusingly is like, hello? Are you two doing a bit now? Um, and Rachel's thing is kind of cut off there. So now I have to... Hold on. Shit. Okay, here we go. Alright, there you go. Okay, so, as I said, Rachel says, are you two doing a bit right now? This is some serious shit. Some serious shit here. And I'm supposed to be the dramatic one. Get it? Because because she was in the drama club and doing school plays. So, hilarious. And then Rachel continues to say, and also, what the actual, with the hands and the holding. Chloe, shall I take it our plans are off for tonight? Off for tonight? Yay! The insinuation there is not lost on me. So Rachel continues to say, unless we're taking this three-way, and then Max is like, oh crap, and then Chloe is like, Rachel, so yes, so now we get a three-way joke here. So Rachel with the three-way joke. That's funny. Yay! And then Rachel says, "Oh, relax. It's adorable. You guys are too easy to tease. Well, I just had to share the news. I'm meeting Frank in 5. See you two lovebirds later." Oh, we had to mention Frank there. Oh boy, we had to mention Frank there. That's oh, that opens up a different can of worms on that one. And then Chloe says, Rachel, wait. And then Rachel walking away with the newspaper to show Juliet. Because Rachel says, hey, Watson, wait up. I got something for your paper that's going to blow your mind. Because if we remember from the original game, Juliet Watson was the newspaper, the school newspaper girl. Which I don't necessarily see Juliet here. Unless this girl that's sitting over here reading the book is supposed to be Juliet. But this girl doesn't even look like Juliet, so I have no idea. I can only assume Juliet is like off panel or something. Cause yeah, that definitely doesn't look like Juliet. And that's clearly a guy. And Rachel's not even looking in the direction of these two, and I believe these two are also supposed to be two guys. So yeah. All right, so let me Go to the next panel, and then now we're back in the regular timeline. Because at this point, these are like different like timelines, or well, different like timeline possibilities that Max is clearly seeing. And then Chloe still reaching out as they got dropped back in their own timeline, yelling Rachel. Oh boy. Also, ads are going to be starting soon. So with ads starting again, we are going to take a little break. So with that, we take a little bit of a break while the ads play. While we're waiting for ads to finish up. And for anyone that is caught in ads to come back. So I don't think that panel is gonna get cut off. This one might get cut off. Okay. Kind of looking ahead to see if certain dialogue bubbles are gonna get cut off. Some of them might. But then again, that's why I have the physical book with me. So that way, if the panel cuts off, I immediately can see. Cause it gets cut off in the window that I'm using to move through the panels. It kind of gets cut off because that's where I'm reading it from. But for you all, you can see the whole panel very clearly. But for me, if the thought bubbles are stretched too far below to the bottom of where the panels are, the words get cut off for me. So, and obviously I can't see it in the screen that you're seeing because the screen is kind of small for me. So I'm not going to be able to read it from there. So, good thing I have the book. Well, I have the entire series on book, so makes it easier for when these situations happen. I can always just easily pull out the book and then just go to where the panel is, as I've been doing throughout this video. Okay, so the ads are done, so everyone should be back now. So let's continue. And then Chloe says, "I'm sorry, Rachel." And then Max says, "That one really did a number on me. That one hurt." Yeah, the emotional hurt there was definitely felt. And then Chloe says, "Me too. Max meet Rachel. Rachel meet Max." Did both of them have nosebleeds? Or was Max the only one with a nosebleed? No, Rachel. No, Chloe doesn't have a nosebleed there. I guess Max was supposed to have a nosebleed because it seems like she's wiping off blood from her nose. But she didn't have a nosebleed in the previous shot there. I guess maybe they forgot to put that in for a second there. Oh well. Um. Oh yeah, and Chloe's also supposed to have a nosebleed. So yeah, they forgot to put. They forgot to put. Uh, Max and Chloe with the nosebleeds, because in this shot, Max is the one that's cleaning off the nosebleed, the blood from Chloe's nose. Um, and Max says, "I'm glad I got to meet her." And then Chloe says, "Me too, but." And Chloe continues, "Max, this didn't feel like a ghost or a vision. How could you have a vision of someone you've never met?" Technically, Max met her body, but I guess. um, and then Max says, "Chloe, look, they're still synced. I'm not jumping." Yes. Okay. So now we're introducing the watches. Well, they've been wearing watches this pretty much this whole time, but now we're focusing in on the watches as a plot device to use as an example of explaining what's going on. So like Max is saying here, she's not jumping because the watches still have the same time. Both Chloe and Max's watches. Because if Max was using her rewind powers, then Chloe's watch would be a different time. So the fact that that the watches are still set to the same time proves that Max isn't rewinding anything. Like time isn't being rewound. Uh, okay, so now Max and Chloe are sitting on the fountain, the Blackwell fountain here. So Chloe says, "I miss Rachel, and I'm glad I saw her again, but I'm scared for you. You have to make this stop, Max. Maybe coming here wasn't the right move." And then Max says, "It's not in my control, Chloe. I swear, I'm not doing any of this." Excuse me. Um, Max continues, It's like it's traveling through me, and I don't know how to turn it off. Uh, Maybe I deserve this." "No, you don't, Max. No, you do not." Um, Max continues, "But I know that I can't let it hurt you anymore." And then Chloe says, "Hey, if I'm taking some of this from you, I don't mind. We're in this together." Making sure nothing's cut off in that word bubble there. Um, oh, something's definitely cut off here. Also, nice little touch of them while they're talking. They have like their hands like together here. Um, Chloe says, "I'm not going anywhere. Fucked up as all of this is, I actually feel like I belong for the first time." That doesn't make sense, does it? And then Max says, "As much as anything does. Wait for me. I'll catch up." Uh, okay. Uh, and then we continue. And then Chloe says, "I'm sorry, Max. I just need a minute alone to process this." That was Rachel. I'll be back, okay? Just give me a minute. Okay, this is pretty weird. Chloe, well, Max is over here leaning on Chloe, having her head on her shoulder here, and there's also a Chloe that is clearly walking away over here. So, weird. And then Max says, "Okay, I'll wait here. I'll be here." Okay, so Max just lays on the fountain, and I assume she's just gonna take a nice little nap. Which, considering all of her headaches and nosebleeds and everything, the girl deserves to take a nap at this point. Um, and Max says, "I'll always be here." And then we. Okay, so the butterflies and everything are here. I'm guessing. Okay, so this is gonna symbolize that we kind of just jumped into another timeline here. So Max wakes up, and obviously, this is. Who is this? You okay? You were exhausted. And then Max says, "Chloe?" And then the voice says, "Oh, it's you again. I guess it wasn't a one off then." And it's Warren. So Warren continues to say, "We meet again, Super Max." And then Max says, "Warren?" And Warren continues to say, "I don't think she's here. Chloe, I mean. At least not in our here. My here, I guess, uh, this isn't your here right now." And then Max, well, after looking around to notice that Chloe isn't here, uh, Max turns back to Warren and says, "What are you talking about?" And then Warren says, "Well, I mean, oh crap, I guess you've not worked it out yet." Okay, so Warren is about to explain pretty much what's going on as far as like all of these like timeline jumping things that Max has been experiencing. Um, so Warren continues, "So shit, if I tell you, then can this. Uh, okay, making sure nothing was cut off there. Um, and now Max just grabbing Warren, intensely grabbing Warren here, says, "Please, Warren, I'm so confused and I'm so tired. I hurt and I need Chloe. and I thought you were dead, and God, if you're a part of my brain that understands what's happening, just tell me, please. Uh, and then Warren says, "Whoa, whoa, Supermax, you gotta be careful. Don't maintain contact. We learned that in the last flicker." And then Max says, "Flicker?" Alright, so Warren. Okay, so clearly, physical contact is not a good thing, which Max and Chloe have kind of been realizing with all the sharing headaches and nosebleeds and all that. So Warren continues, that's what me and my Max decided to call them. They've happened a lot recently, mostly small, but now you guys are crossing over. Okay, so so clearly in this timeline that Warren is coming from, which is um, which is obviously is supposed to be a variant of the Chloe is dead timeline. Um, I guess apparently, judging from how Warren is referring to Max in this conversation. Apparently, I guess Max and Warren got together in this timeline. I guess. Cause Warren saying my Max in this can be taken in a couple of ways. So yeah. Uh okay, so Warren continues. Uh it was you who figured this out. I'm just your boy Wonder. So pretty much Warren's like, "Hey, I'm just your sidekick. You're the one that's figuring all this shit out." And then Max says, "Oh my god, flickers. They're not ghosts. They're not visions." Um and then Max continues, "String theory, parallel worlds." And then Warren continues, "Right. You're some kind of like Dr. Sam Beckett. If he jumped realities as he jumped if he jumped realities as well as time, but being caught in the crossfire hurts like hell, as I discovered." Okay, so yet again, this is confirming what's happening, which also makes sense as to the wristband, the watches, with the time on the watches uh being being still synced up, and they're not they don't have different times, which is also why when these when these flickers are happening, uh the location is not changing. The flickers are having Max experience the are having Max experience that exact moment in a different timeline, in a different parallel timeline. So hence why, it's not like they're being transported to a completely different location or anything. Like they're just experiencing um the exact same point in a parallel timeline in the same location that they're in. So that's how that goes. So things are definitely getting pretty creepy. Well, not creepy, but definitely freaky though. Okay, so Max says, "Who's Sam Beckett?" And then Warren says, "It was Quantum Leap, the TV show. He was trapped in this thing, and kept jumping from one life to the other through time, and it doesn't matter." Um, also, a really good, a pretty good TV show, Quantum Leap. Especially if you like TV shows that deal with time travel and some like crazy science fiction and stuff like that. Pretty cool show. Pretty cool show. Definitely a classic show too. That um I would watch it with my grandmother actually. Like it was a show that my grandmother like really liked. So when I was like spending time with my grandmother when Quantum Leap was on TV, I would sit down with her and like watch the show with her. And then Max says, "And what happened to him? What happened at the end of Quantum Leap?" And then Warren says, "Well, Dr. Sam Beckett, he jumped home." And then, okay, Max is by herself here. There's a podium here. Well, there's the podium of where they were going to do the speaking and presentation. There's whatever the memorial is covered up in the tarp, and here is some benches for everyone that's gonna attend the remembrance ceremony and the memorial unveiling here. And the Max is going to be jumping back to the regular timeline because that's at this point what the blue butterflies here are symbolizing is the jumping between timelines. And now we're about to enter the final chapter, chapter 4. And then here we have another video game variant cover. Video game style variant cover. With Chloe here actually wearing the zombie tank top that Chloe was wearing at the beginning of the comics. So nice little crossover of comic reference and video game here. So sweet. I cannot appreciate that enough there. Okay, so now jump to here's chapter 4. Very sweet uh, cover by Claudia here, which I can't gush enough over Claudia's artwork throughout this whole comic, and this cover is really amazing with Max here with the tear, with the cracking of like glass down the middle, which is pretty much symbolizing the whole like the cracking and distorting of the different like timelines and stuff that Max is like involuntary jumping between. And then obviously all the blue butterflies around this side, which is obviously supposed to symbolize Chloe being dead in this side, and then Chloe being alive on this side. Which is why you see Chloe here, and you don't see Chloe here. It's just the butterflies in the space where Chloe would be reflected in. So, and then obviously Max here holding her hand and the watch there. Since the watch is kind of like a plot point, well, not a plot point, but a explanation of what's going on, like an example of what's going on. So we got the butterflies, and then now we have Max back to narrating here. Home, and apparently Max is naked. Okay. Whoa. And Max opening her eyes, all the blue butterflies everywhere. Yep, she's definitely naked. So Max says, "Jump home. These are all home." Okay, so these are different realities, different timelines that she's looking at here. So we have, what is it? Chloe and Pixie over here with Pixie hitting Chloe with her drumsticks here. And we have down here Max, Warren, and Brooke at the movies together. Okay, so instead of Warren asking one of them to go to the movies with him, I guess both of them go to the movies with him. Hey, Warren's trying to be a player over here. He's trying to get with both ladies here. Look at that. I see you, Warren. You're trying to be sneaky. Okay, and this is Kate over here, sitting by this group of trees. And then on the bottom here is, let me see if I could see it more clearly in the comic here. Okay, that is clearly Chloe and Joyce. So Chloe and Joyce talking there. Okay. Alright, Naked Max, we need to keep this going here. So Max says, "I don't understand where I'm I am right now. Am I asleep? I don't know, Max. Right behind you is Chloe and Rachel in bikinis sitting down by the beach. Sitting down on a beach here. So that's kind of sweet. And then Max says, "No, not asleep. I know this place." You do? Seems like the first time you're here. And then we have, what was it? Max and Victoria. With Victoria taking a selfie of both of them here. Okay, so clearly y'all two are friends in this timeline. I wonder if it's supposed to be the same timeline that Max was in at the end of episode 3 of the original game. Probably. I don't know. Could be a nice little reference. Oh, and then this is what Max is seeing. So this timeline where clearly Max and Chloe are together. Is that supposed to reflect another timeline, or is it the main timeline that you're from? So Max says, "Flickers, doorways into other strings, other versions of me. None of this makes sense, but I somehow know it." Okay, Chloe with her marker. I don't know. Did you mark Max with something, Chloe, there with the marker? And then Max says, "I look so happy there." Uh, Chloe looks happy too. And so do you, with the nice little smile on your face that you have right now. And then Max goes to touch, I guess, as she put it, the doorway to another. Because she said doorway, right? Yeah, she said doorway. Uh, the doorway to whatever timeline that is. And before she can do that, something else gets her attention. Oh, that's what gets her attention. So, Max says, "Chloe." Okay, so in this reality, so in this timeline, Chloe and Rachel obviously together. And also repeating the same gestures that we saw here with Max and Chloe. So a little bit of a parallel here, but except with Rachel instead of Max. Max continues, "Did I ever ask you what you actually wanted?" And then Max goes to reach out to that doorway, and we get a blinding white light. And Max wakes up. Okay, so clearly Max was asleep, passed out, something. Okay, so that's obviously Chloe speaking. "You awake, Max?" And Max says, "Yeah, I'm." What time is it? Probably really late, Max. Especially when you're asleep, unconscious in the back of Chloe's truck here. Oh, okay, so it's not that late. Chloe says, like 7, 8. It's not late, but you've been asleep for a little while. Which kind of makes sense because it was kind of like afternoon time, like the sun was starting to set before, and then now it's like night. Also, nice little lantern that you have on the edge of the truck there, Chloe, for light. Sweet. Um, Chloe continues, I'm really worried about you, Max. I know it's not my call to make alone, but I think we should go back to Seattle. I was wrong. This is clearly not helping you. Well, it kind of did. She was able to talk to Warren from another timeline and figure out what the fuck is even happening. Um, Max says, Hey, Chloe, do you believe in multiple universes? Like reality strings? Chloe says, Say what now? Okay. Okay, we're going there. Yeah, we are. Um, Chloe continues, I mean, the past couple of years make it hard to discount anything anymore. But actually, yeah, I guess I always did. There were times when that thought was all that got me through the day. Uh, Hold on. Who's talking here? Okay, Max is the first one talking. Uh, so Max says, I think I think I've seen them. As many Max and Chloe's as there are stars. And then Chloe says, that's kind of reassuring somehow. And then Max continues, somewhere out there in one of those realities, there's a Max Caulfield who didn't save your life and feels empty because of it. Somewhere out there, there's a Max Caulfield who never came back to Arcadia Bay and regrets it. Another who never left. Somewhere out there, there's. And then Chloe interrupts. Somewhere out there, there's a Chloe Price who's still waiting for her best friend to come home. Somewhere out there, there's a Chloe Price who ran to LA. Maybe there's even a Chloe Price who's able to say out loud half of the emotional shit her brain has in it. Um, and then Max continues. Max too. She's really good at saying what she's feeling. She's brave. And then Chloe says, "Hey, I know that, Max." Um, and then Max says, "Trust me, you haven't met her yet. You'll know when you do." And then Chloe says, "I." And then Max interrupts, Chloe, did you love Rachel as more than a friend? As both of them are laying in the back of this pickup truck over here, like contemplating. Okay, here's a big full panel shot. Very nice shot here, actually. Nice artwork. Uh, okay, and then we zip on over. Chloe in shock, being like, where did that come from? Chloe continues. How did I never said? Actually, Chloe, you kind of did. You kind of did say. Um, because when Max got was looking for the music CD at the towards the end of episode 1 of the original game, and she picked up the photo of Chloe and Rachel, um, and then Chloe and Max started talking. Chloe, you did refer to Rachel as like your angel and stuff, so the subtext of what you're saying does pretty much allude to you loving Rachel pretty much. So And that's also outside of the fact if you take everything that happens in Before the Storm into consideration, then it's even more blatant that you love Rachel anyway. And then obviously, towards the end of episode 4, when you actually find Rachel, you Chloe does blatantly say that that she loved Rachel so much, and Max is there, so Max is hearing all of this, so you kind of did say it. I don't know if you kind of forgot that you did, but you did. Um. Anyway, Max says you didn't have to, and then Chloe says, "But Max, that doesn't mean I don't." And then Max interrupts, "I know." Chloe continues, "It's just," and then Max finishes, "not the same." And Chloe continues, "I don't know. With everything I've not even been able to think about." And Max says, "I know, me too. I want to, but and Chloe says, somewhere out there, our lives are normal, and we're not carrying a metric ton of baggage. Uh, if we were, if we were there, then and then both of them are getting headaches now. And then Max says, a flicker. And then Chloe says, that's what we're calling them. Uh, Pretty much. Um, and then Max says, I can't. God, Chloe, it hurts. Um, and Max says, Chloe says, Max, I think you should stop this one now. And then Max says, I can't. It's just happening. Chloe, you're kind of not getting the message that Max has been saying for a little bit now, that she has no control over what's happening. It happens when it happens, whether any of you want it to or not. Which is not great. So what's happening? Okay, so they both get out of the truck. And what are they looking at? Okay, so they walk over here. Hey, Psych. Hey, Psych. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Hopefully your friend's show was really good. I'm also doing really good. We're on the last chapter of the first book right now. So we should be finishing this book up in a minute. Psych says, good but tired here. Finally in and relaxing. The show was great. They sound pretty good. Oh, that's good. At least you all enjoyed yourselves. Like that's what matters, is that you all enjoy yourselves. All right, let's see what What are they walking to? Uh, from what that looks like, that doesn't look very inviting. That looks pretty ominous. And Max and Chloe look shocked and not good. And then Max says, "Oh no." And Chloe says, "Shit, no, stop this, Max, now." With both of them dropping to their knees. Also, if you haven't tell, Max and Chloe has been holding hands so that way Chloe can see what Max is seeing here. And it is a grave. Max's grave specifically. And then Max says, the same year as your dad. Was I in the car? And then Chloe says, Max, please. Okay, so the gravestone. So the gravestone says, in memory of Max Caulfield, 1995 to 2008. And it has, what was it? The Chloe's pirate hat? Because that's Chloe's pirate hat that's on the grave. And then that's William's camera. The same camera that Chloe gives Max. And the same camera that Max has been using to take photos throughout the whole comic so far. Oh boy. Oh shit. And then Chloe says, snap out of it, Max. You snap out of it now. And, okay, Chloe is grabbing Max here. Max is kind of grabbing herself. And she has a nosebleed happening. And it kind of looks like she's distorting out of reality. Which is what they're kind of trying to get across. Holy shit, Max, it looks like you got a heart attack here. And that's exactly what Chloe's saying. Chloe said, Max, holy shit, Max, are you okay? Not really. Both of you are having a nosebleed, so this is not going well. Okay, Chloe says, Max, don't you ever do that to me again. It was like, you don't get to have a conversation like that with me and then fucking wibbly wobbly whoop away. Well, that's one way of saying that. And then Chloe, hugging Max here, says, don't you dare scare me like that again. Scare me like that, Caulfield. That's how you know Chloe's serious. She's using Max's last name. And then Max says, I'm really am sorry. I'm so sorry, Chloe. The flicker. And then Max pulls away a little bit and continues to say, they're not visions, more like windows into, I don't know, other realities. They keep pulling at me all the time, like strings wrapped around me. And while crying, Max continues, they're getting stronger, and they hurt, and I don't want to leave you, but I don't know how to stop them. And while Chloe is holding Max and consoling her, Max continues, you were right, Chloe. Back in Seattle, you said that one of us didn't belong here. I think it's me. I don't think I should be here. And then Chloe says, no, no, that's not true, Max. That's not true. It was just a vision, a flicker. And Chloe continues, oh no, Max says, um, it's so hard to explain. It's like this reality is pushing me out. It's like every Max that ever was is crossed over and confused in me. Like all the jumping displaced her, me, and maybe there's a Max who's meant to be here and she wants her universe back. And then, where's. Oh, okay, here it is. Uh, where. Where is it? Oh, okay. And then, Chloe says, Max, fuck, come on. What does that even mean? Hey, when you're Chloe, when you're dealing with like weird time travel shit that's happening and now multiverses and different timelines, shit is gonna get confusing, okay? We're still trying to figure all this out and piece everything together, alright? Okay, so Max gets up, wiping the tears from her eyes. I think you two also need to wipe the blood coming from your noses. Uh, Max says, I don't know yet. I'm working on it. Uh, and then Max continues, can I just have a moment? Uh, Chloe says, you're sure? And then Max says, I'm sure. And Chloe giving Max a kiss on the forehead. And then she says, I'll be in the truck, okay? Okay, so now Chloe walks back to the truck, and Max is still on her knees on the ground. And then she uh, uh, sits on the ground now, looking out at the ocean. I do like that that Arcadia Bay's the Arcadia Bay lighthouse is in the distance there, so that's sweet. And Max puts her head down, uh, rests her head a minute, gets up. Girl, you still have the blood coming out of your nose? Like, why didn't you wipe that away already? Like, what are you doing? uh, okay, Max gets up. Uh, Also, um, if you didn't notice yet, this shot of Max right here, this shot of Max right here, hold on. Let me change, hold on. Nope, stop zooming in and out. There we go. Change to full screen real quick. The shot of Max that you just saw there is the same shot of Max here at the beginning of the comic. So pretty much now we are we are we are in we're caught up to where the beginning of the comic, the beginning of the book, was at. Yeah, exactly, exactly. It's supposed to link it back, because the beginning of the book started with Max in the same spot, kind of monologuing. So now, since we're approaching the end of the book, now it's revealed that the events that we were going throughout the book so far has been Max kind of reminiscing about the events of that have been happening up until this point. So now we're actually gonna be moving on past past that point now. So it's almost like the book kind of started almost like a frame story, and then now we're moving past that frame story point. So yeah, pretty sweet on that. I thought that was a nice little reveal, because at the beginning of the book it's kind of confusing, because it's like, what the fuck is going on with Max? Where the fuck is she? What the hell is going on? What the hell she's talking about? And then when we move past the point, we immediately jump to Max chilling with the high seas in the bar talking, and it's like, wait, what the fuck happened in the previous scene? Where'd that come from? And then now all of that finally comes full circle, and it's like, oh, this is what it meant. This is what the purpose of that was. And then now in retrospect, it's like, oh, this is what it is. Some really good writing, and really good visual storytelling from both Emma and Claudia. They both did really well in how they brought all of that full circle here. Okay, so now Max continues here. So Max going to meet Chloe back at the truck. Chloe says, "You okay?" And then Max says, "Yeah, before we sleep, there's something I want to do." What is that? Syke said, "Interesting, interesting." I'm getting caught up slowly. All good. Oh no, you're good. You're good. Hey, that's what the VODs are for. As I always say, that's what the VODs are for everyone to catch up on everything going on. All right. So let's continue real quick. Um, okay, so Max and Chloe go back to Blackwell Academy. So Chloe says, pretty sure we'll be seeing whatever monstrosity is under there when they unveil it tomorrow, Max. And then Max says, but this is more fun, right? We don't get to stroll on scroll on it tomorrow. Okay, so clearly they're gonna write on the thing. Okay. So let me finish this panel real quick before ads start showing up. Chloe laughingly says, Max Caulfield, what did I do to the poor innocent child, to that poor innocent child? so corrupted now. Oh, the jokes. And then Max with her cell phone flashlight making her seem like devilishly evil here. Max responds, trust me, I was never that innocent. Maybe I corrupted you. Oh boy. This is so. The writing in this is so funny. Okay, the ads are gonna be starting in a couple of seconds, so we're gonna take a little break so that way everybody can catch up, and while ads are going on, and we will continue wrapping up this chapter in when ads are done. And while ads are going, I am going to take a bathroom break. I will be right back. Boo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. Okay. Alrighty. Oh. Grab the book right here. Okay. All right. So now we're back. So everyone should be back from ads, I hope. And we can continue. All right, let's continue. And then Chloe says, personally, I blame Tammy and the crew. We were both saints until we met them. Chloe with the jokes. Uh, and then Max says, "Oh, totally." Uh, and then Max says, "They love you, you know." And then Chloe says, "So they should. I'm awesome and lovable." Chloe, how true is that statement? Uh, and then Max, without missing a beat, "You are." Thank you, Max. And then Chloe getting all serious again as they're about to pull up the sheet here. And then Chloe stops to talk. Maybe it's us being here. Maybe it's what we just saw. Maybe it's just finally time, but I need to say something. And Chloe, putting her forehead to Max, continues to say, "Thank you. This whole past year, I don't think I've actually said the words thank you. You saved me, Max. I don't mean just literally, because I mean, you did save me literally, but it's way more than that. Without you, this past year, there's no way I'd have been able to cope. I just couldn't have. I'm here because of you." And Chloe continues, "I'm stronger because of you." And Chloe continues, "And I'm strong enough to let you go if I have to." And I believe it's pretty obvious what's about to happen here. Um, Hold on. And then Max says, "Wait, what?" Uh, and then Chloe continues, "I'm not an idiot, Max. I know what you're doing. One last hurrah, right?" Uh, uh, One last hurrah, right? Before the timelines reset or whatever. And Max says, "I don't." And then Chloe continues to say, "Max, you saved me. You saved my life. And I can't sit here and watch you suffer now. So stop fighting it. I think that's what's hurting you. I think you know that." And Chloe continues, "And I love you too much to see you hurting, Max Caulfield." Yet again, she's being serious because she's using last names. And Max looking up at Chloe, and then Chloe says, "The pens is the idea that whatever happens when you jump, you leave a mark." Yes, exactly. Exactly, Chloe. See? Chloe is getting it. Max wants to leave a mark on the memorial statue as proof that Max was even here to begin with, that everything actually did happen. Um, and then Max says, "Chloe, I don't know which Max is meant to be here. I don't know if any Max is meant to be here at all. What if the gravestone was..." And then Chloe... Oh, no. Oh, okay, I thought Chloe was going to cut her off, but no, Max continues. "We've spent a year trying to come to terms with what we've done, who we are, how we feel, only for the timelines to turn on us now. We're getting there. It's just not fair. And then Chloe says, we've spent a year together, growing, coping, making new friends, a life that's already a year more than I might have had. And Max says, maybe I can take control of this, Chloe. I need to take control of it. I think I can use this as a focus. I'm not going to let fate choose which life I get to live. If I can't live this one, I'll get ahead of it. And then Chloe says, will we remember? Will we know when it happens? And then Max says, I wish I knew. Well, obviously, you're not gonna know until you do it at this point. And then Chloe says, but the physical remains, right? You think that, or we wouldn't be here with pens. And then Max says, yeah, I think. And then Chloe cuts her off. Then remember this. And then, obviously, yet again, kind of obvious what's about to happen here. Chloe grabs Max's face. And there you go. Applause. Applause. There, I will say, very strong restraint on Emma and Claudia holding out and not doing the kiss scene, not doing a kiss scene way earlier. I do appreciate that they built up to it and they were waiting and setting up the right moment to do it. And not just do it just to do it, but building up to the right moment to do the kiss, to do a kiss scene. Too bad it's kind of similar to the Save Arcadia Bay ending, where, well, it's kind of a parallel here, because in the Save Arcadia Bay ending, Max is the one that grabs Chloe and gives Chloe a kiss goodbye. But here, it's Chloe that is giving Max a kiss goodbye. So nice little parallel here. Even though these are not the same timelines, because obviously this is following up on the Fuck Arcadia Bay ending, as I like to call it. It is a nice little parallel. And then we transition to the next morning with the memorial service. Yet again, the Prescott banner here with Nathan's fucking face on it. Yet again, Arcadia Bay, 1 year on, restoration, funded by the Nathan Prescott Foundation. Uh, and the announcer says, excuse me, memorial unveiling and reception will be held on the Blackwell campus. Starting in 15 minutes. And then Dex says, I told you we should have left sooner. And then Dwight says, what do you mean? What do you want from me? I've been driving most of the night. And then Tammy says, come on, we need to hustle. Syke said Nathan Prescott Foundation. Yeah, the restoration of the rebuilding of Arcadia Bay. Yeah, being funded by the Nathan Prescott Foundation. Yeah, that's a steaming pile of shit. Anyway. Okay, so the attendee, actually, let me, finish, this. Okay, so, Pixie says, I hope it's okay, us coming along like this. And then Dex says, no one should have to go through something like this without friends. Okay, so here's the point here. So the attendant that is taking names of all of the people that are attending the memorial service here, they say name, and then this guy says Chase. So this guy is apparently a relative of Victoria's. So we kind of get an indirect Victoria Chase reference here. So that's interesting. So that is interesting. Like, clearly that's not Victoria, because that's a guy. But the fact that his name is Chase, his last name is Chase, is pretty much alluding, it's pretty much like referencing Victoria without having Victoria here. So that's interesting. There also is a story behind this, but I'm gonna wait to say it when we finish this book real quick, because there's a couple of stories that I do have to say once we finish the book. So I will save that for when we're done. Alright, so next panel. Okay, so everyone's hugging everyone, everyone's crying, because everyone is remembering, obviously, everyone that died. Syke said disgusting. That's so disgusting. His face will be on the forefront of the rebuild, of the bay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, believe me, it's not great. Syke said, I was wondering, was that a nod to Miss Chase? Yes, exactly, Syke. Okay, so continuing. Chloe says, would that photo just take you back in time again? Max says, I don't think so. I think it's going to let me access, I've started calling it the transect. And then Chloe says, right, the temporal crossroads thing. Exactly, Chloe. Also, so we have the nice, everyone here. These are all random people. So none of these people are supposed to be. None of these people are supposed to be like any characters that we already know. So these are just a bunch of randos of the different families of people that died. So that's that. Also, Max and Chloe sitting on stage here, and then you have a bunch of memorial pictures. Because you have like a wall of pictures over here, and then you have like another little wall of pictures behind Max and Chloe here. So that's something. Okay. So Chloe says, "And which door are you planning on choosing?" And Max says, "I think I'll know when I see it. I think this pulling is getting stronger. Fragments of me reconnecting themselves." Syke said, "I wonder if Armand is there. I don't know, maybe. The We don't know what he looks like, so he could possibly be there, and we have no idea it's even him." uh okay, Chloe says, "I still feel like I'm asleep. This can't be real." And Max says, "It's not that sort of problem. It's not that." I'm over here fumbling here. Okay, if I could speak. It's not that sort of the problem. Uh, Chloe says, "You know what I mean, smartass." You tell him. You tell her, Chloe. Max says, "I wish we could stay like this forever." And then Chloe says, "Somewhere out there we do." As Max is clearly fading away over here. So Max is starting to fade out of existence here. And then Chloe looking out at the sky. And with a tear in her eye, Chloe says, "I'm not gonna waste it, Max. What you gave me, our sacrifices, I'm not gonna waste any of it. And if there is a Max Caulfield here, I'll find her. Wherever she is, I'll find her." And then as Chloe is tearing buckets there, and then we pan out and Max is gone. So Max has poofed out of existence here. And now Chloe is by herself. And Chloe wiping the tears from her eye. She gets her cell phone rings. And it's a message from Tammy and a picture. So Tammy says, "We're here. If you need us, just holler." Boy, Tammy, Chloe is gonna need a lot of emotional support from all of you of the high seas. And then Chloe with a smile on her face as she's reading the text message. And with a nice little smile, she gets up to go to meet all of the high seas. And then meanwhile, Max is inside the transect. And Max says, Chloe, I won't waste it either. Thank you. Oh no, that's the announcer. Okay, so the announcer says, thank you to the speakers for such a lovely service. And now we come to the unveiling as we remember. And then, meanwhile, we have some visions of different timelines that Max is seeing here. So we got Warren over here. We have Max and Chloe holding hands here. We have Chloe spray painting, which these two are pretty much scenarios that we saw earlier in the comic. So, because this was Chloe spray painting towards the beginning of the comic, we saw her spray painting on the wall. So, and this over here is clearly Chloe and Rachel. So this is Chloe and Rachel over here. Okay, and then Max says here, you're my anchor. You've always been my anchor. And wherever I find myself, I know you'll be there. But your whole life, you've had choices made for you, and I'm no less guilty. And so now, I choose your choice. You get to choose, Chloe. And then the announcer continues to say, remember those we've lost. So many young students right here at Blackwell, whose futures were taken from them. And we see some more moments from earlier in the comic book. Because we see Max and Chloe in their pirate uniform from earlier, hugging. We see Chloe and Max in their pirate uniform when they were talking in front of the bar from earlier. And then we see a different reality here, because this is Max and Rachel reading a book together. So that's clearly a different timeline. While Naked Max is here. Okay. Making sure the words aren't cut off here. And then the announcer keeps speaking. But thanks to the efforts of so many, we are ensuring a future for this academy. And we do so in the name of those we remember today. And Max turns around. And with a tear in her eye, she reaches out to whatever timeline she's going to be jumping into. And then the announcer continues, we will not forget them, but we will forge new lives in their memory. And the announcer continues, that new life begins today. And while Max is closing her eyes, she goes into whatever reality she's about to jump into. And we get a full spread of the page here. And it's we got Max and Chloe. No, Chloe and Rachel up here. Right? That's Chloe and Rachel, yeah. Rachel showing Chloe something on her cell phone. We have Joyce over here. So we have Joyce over here. And we have Max with Warren over here. So Max and Warren over here. So in this timeline, Max and Warren got together. So for all the people that ship Warren and Max together, there you go. There's some fan service for you. And then we continue here. So Max says, so this is home now. Not being pulled anymore. Not being pushed away. Okay, so whatever reality she went to, Max is fine now. She's not feeling any after effects of anything. So there's that. Max says, no council of Maxes, no past strings to hold me down. And Max is in a bikini. Well, kind of a bikini. She's kind of in like some summer gear. And Max says, but what now? There's also palm trees behind her. Max, where are you? And then Max continues, no, I don't want to know. I don't need it anymore. Oh boy. Well, that is what she's looking at. So there's Chloe and Rachel in bikinis, playing ball here on the beach. And then Chloe says, holy crap, Max Caulfield? And then Max's inner monologue continues, give me your best shot, life. I'm ready for whatever you throw. And this is where the chapter this is where the first book ends. And if you can read, if you're able to read right on the bottom, it says this action will have consequences. So what a way to end the first book. What a way to end the first book. That is amazing. Also, if you're able to read up on top, it says Santa Monica Beach, LA, 2014. So there you go. Sykes said Rachel sighting. Yep. All right, so that is the end. Yep, yeah, exactly. Syke said, "Oh snap, this action will have consequences." Syke said, "Oh dang, that's a cool ending." Yep, that is. That is Max. The fact that Max jumps into a reality, into a timeline where into a timeline where where Rachel is alive and Chloe and Rachel are together, and most importantly, um yes, exactly, Psych. I was just about to say it. Most importantly, they're in California. Because Psych said, "Oh wow, in Cali." Exactly. Because if you remember, if you remember, if you remember, where did Rachel want to go? Where was Rachel wanting to go? Rachel wanted to go to California. She wanted to go to LA, right? So in this reality, not only is she together with Chloe, Chloe and Rachel were actually able to leave. They actually left Arcadia Bay, which explains why Rachel is even here to begin with. Because if Chloe and Rachel left, then Rachel is not around for everything to happen to her. So Rachel escaped her fate from the original timeline. So, so that is uh, Psych, Psych said, "Well, even with me catching only a portion of this so far, I can see this is gonna get good." Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It has been really good. It was really good so far. This first book was this first book is pretty much hold on, before I finish that thought, let me finish out the rest of what we see. So these are other like variant covers. So we have different variant covers for issue 1 by different artists. You could read the different artist names next to the different covers here. So we got another game cover of Chloe here. We have Chloe's tank top shirt design for another cover. We have a cover for issue 2, which is another video game variant cover. We have Max's t-shirt cover for her t-shirt design. And then another t-shirt design for Max, from Max. And another Chloe t-shirt design. Well, specifically Chloe's tank top. And then we have some sketches of from Claudia here of Max. I also do appreciate down here. Claudia drew a little sketch of young Max and Chloe down here. So she drew a little sketch of their younger self down here. So that's actually pretty cute. I do appreciate that Claudia drew that down there. That's actually pretty sweet. And then obviously some sketches of Chloe. And then yet again, more character sketches of Max and Chloe here from Claudia. Sketches of the high seas, of the new characters here. So we have Tammy, Dwight, Dex, and Pixie. And then obviously an advertisement for the second book on the way. And then obviously we have our bios of the team. So we got where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It should be in the back here, right? Yeah, there it is. Okay. Syke said some cool looking new characters. Yeah, if you want to get to know like the new characters mostly have a lot more screen time towards the beginning of the first book. So you get to know them a little bit more towards the beginning of the book. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so yeah. Just a little bio on Emma Vicelli, who is the writer, and then we have Claudia Leonardi, who is the artist, the main artist that drew everything that you saw in this book, and you're going to see in the next 5 books. And then we have Andrea Izio down here, who did all the inking. She did all the inking. And then obviously this is the back of the book, which the back of the book, excuse me, if you can tell from what's being read here, it says, experience an astonishing new story in the world of the award-winning, critically acclaimed video game Life is Strange, as Max and Chloe return to Arcadia Bay to face an impossible decision with truly epic consequences. Follow on from one ending of the much-loved game. This all-new story finds aspiring photographer Max Caulfield and best friend Chloe Price struggling to build a new life 1 year after the shocking events of the storm that swept through Arcadia Bay. When Max seemingly starts traveling in time without her knowledge or control, she and Chloe must return to where their journey began, to uncover the truth, set things right, and confront the ghosts of the past. Ooh, excuse me. So that was a nice little summary back behind there. And we have some reviews. So we got some reviews from what people think about what people think about the book so far. Um, so we have what was it? Flickering Myth back here. Flickering Myth says a must for anyone who experienced the original Life is Strange story. Game Spew. Well, that's a weird name. Um, Game Spew says Claudia Leonardi perfectly captures the tone of the original series. I would agree. Her artwork in this is really amazing. And then comicbook.com says Emma Vicelli does an excellent job capturing the personality of Chloe and Max, a worthy sequel. And then, what the hell is this name? N3RDA BI3? Or is that an L? Is that an I or an L? Hold on. Oh, okay, it's an L. Okay, so N3RD ABL3 says, it's awesome to return to the adventures of Max and Chloe. And we have... Nope, we are not jumping immediately into the first... into the second book. So, real quick, let me... real quickly here... Nope, that is not what I want. Oh, there you go. Okay. Real quickly here, let me jump to full screen real quick, so that way I can see the bottom of the screen here. Okay, there you go. Wait, nope. Okay. Let me put that back. And let me go right back. Okay. So, as the bottom of the first book says, what was it? Multiversity Comics says an outstanding sequel and a must-read for fans. I would wholeheartedly agree with that statement in so many ways. So, with that, so that is the first book of of the comic series, Life is Strange, Partners in Time. So how I categorize these books, how I look at these books is is Syke said, I'm starting to see that, easily a must for fans. Syke continues to say, feels like we hopped right back into the game. Oh yeah, it's oh boy, it's definitely one of those. Um Also, the how I categorize this, cuz the entire series is is collected into 6 books. So there are 6 books in total, right? For this entire comic run. How I look at is each book is its own separate episode. So the first book is episode 1, and then obviously the second book is episode 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, and then 6. Because the how each book is structured, because each book, like I said in the beginning, is kind of uh structured like an episode, because there are because each book has like 4 issues, in the book. So there's 4 issues in it. Typically, one of the books is different, but I'll address that difference when we get to it. But for the most part, it's 4 issues with each book. And how the issues are structured is pretty much paced like an episode of the games. So at the end of the 4th issue, at the end of the book, they always put in like a cliffhanger that feels like the end of one of the episodes of the game. Which is also emphasized by the fact that they ended the book with this action will have consequences. So they're funny little to be continued at the end. So a little bit of insight to the behind the scenes story about this this comic series, specifically this first book. Originally, this comic series was not supposed to be a series at all. It was not supposed to be a series. It was only supposed to be a 4-issue mini-series. It was only supposed to be this one book, and that's it. It was only supposed to be this one book, and we're done. That's all it was supposed to be. It was never meant to be this long-running 6-book in total series that went from starting in 2018 and running all the way until 2022. It was never meant to go this long. What ended up happening was Emma and Claudia were like, okay, this is meant to be a little mini series. It's a dream of ours to do this because we have been fans of the original game. We were big fans of the original game, and now we get to work on this comic book, even though it was going to be originally like this little short thing. So it was like, okay, we get to do this. It's going to be really fun, right? The first issue came out. The first issue came out and it sold ridiculously well. It sold way more than anyone thought it was going to sell. They were not expecting this small little comic to do as well as it was doing. So what ended up happening is Square Enix saw that. They saw the sales of the comic book and they were like, oh, there's money here. People actually care about this. So what ended up happening is Square called Titan Comics. They called them and was like, you know that we only meant for this to be like a small running 4-issue miniseries, right? Well, tell everyone it's not gonna be a miniseries anymore. We want this to keep going for as long as we want you to. So until we tell you that we're going to stop this, keep it going. Keep it going. So pretty much Emma and Claudia got the memo that like, oh yeah, this is going to be a long-running series now. So what ended up happening was Emma specifically, because Emma was the writer. So Emma had to rewrite I think she probably had to rewrite like episode. She had to rewrite issues 3 and 4. Like obviously she had to rewrite the whole ending and everything to compensate for the change of format. So now she had to rewrite the ending so that way it's not an ending, it's actually a to be continued, and the story was going to continue. So she had to rewrite that and be like, okay, now I'm actually writing a long-running series and not a mini-series anymore. And obviously, by definition, Claudia was also like, well, I'm not drawing for a mini-series anymore. I'm drawing for a long-running series now, like an ongoing series. So now things completely changed. So, but kudos, I will say extreme kudos to Emma and also to Claudia and the rest of the comic book team that was able to very easily like switch gears and compensate for the change in direction that they were unexpectedly thrown in. Like obviously not saying that it was completely easy, but when you're reading the book, they definitely made that change look extremely easy. Like very seamless. It all made sense within the context of the story. Everything felt good. Everything felt right. And we have a very amazing cliffhanger to leave off the first book. And immediately, everyone who's reading is like, oh, I'm really interested to see where the fuck this story is going to be going now. Because you literally just dropped a giant microphone on everybody and being like, okay, Max, Chloe, and Rachel are here. And they're going to be together and they're going to be interacting with each other. How the fuck is any of that going to happen? And how are they going to handle that? So immediately, big interest, big question marks that need to be answered. Big questions that need to be answered all over the place. Also, ads are going to be starting. So while ads are going, let me look through. Look through the book real quick. Okay. So let me grab. See. Okay, where's how much time we have left? Okay, less than a minute before the ads are done. So we got, what was it? Almost about 10 seconds before the ads are done. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Psych is back. Okay, so, all right. Um, so yeah, uh, so they did a very good job with the course correcting that they did. And believe me, as good as the first book was, things are only going to get way better Way better. Hopefully from this first book, you would probably um start to see why for one that I really love this comic series, and we haven't even seen the best of it yet. And why I said that this comic series is my favorite Life is Strange thing, period. Because it's only going to get way better from here. It's only going to get better from here. And is there a lot of fan service? Yes, there is a lot of fan service within this comic run, but I will say they do fan service correctly in this series. They don't do fan service just for the hell of it. The fan service that they put throughout this comic book is very thought out and very and has like points in the story. Like there is like they're not just putting fan service in there just for shits and giggles. It's really thought out in how they put it in. Um cuz you see a little bit of fan service throughout the book here. But it all serves a purpose. Like like Joyce's cameo in the book, which the whole point of that was to give Chloe a some closure and a moment to say goodbye to her mother, because she didn't because obviously she didn't get a chance to say goodbye to her mom before the tornado came in and like killed everybody. Well, not everybody, but killed Joyce definitely. Um so gives Chloe some closure. Um the cameo from Warren, from Dana, from Rachel from Rachel towards the beginning of the book, which was also a nice swerve, because we get the Rachel cameo towards the beginning of the book, where Rachel is talking with Max and Chloe, and then makes the three-way joke and all that stuff. That moment, honestly, I thought was gonna be the only moment that we were gonna get. It's like, okay, the three main arguably the three main characters of the original game are finally able to interact together, right? And it was like, okay, it's a nice little short and sweet moment there. It's a fan servicey moment, but it also further explores the whole jumping into different timelines and realities and stuff. That Max is being forced to experience these different things. Even though she doesn't want to, whatever force is doing it is making her experience all this stuff. So it's another example of that. Warren's cameo, which explains uh, the whole concept of what is happening. So it's a nice little like exposition thing to explain what is happening, and the fact that it's also happening to different kind of to different maxes in different timelines. So that's kind of interesting. Um, Also Dana's little cameo, which also emphasizes the different timelines and the different possibilities that Max is showing. Um, Sykes said, "What did Warren do in his cameo? Was he trying to hug Max without consent, per usual?" No. What Warren was the exposition. Was the exposition guy. He was just there to explain a couple of things. But yeah, his thing was fine. Um, but yeah, the little cameos was fine. Um, now, now here's the big thing. Here is the big thing. Remember when I said earlier that the Victoria Chase reference, the Victoria Chase reference, when they were, when the guy was asking for the name for the people that are coming to do to attend the memorial service. The Victoria Chase thing is obviously it's supposed to be a reference to Victoria, even though Victoria isn't there. The reason why Victoria wasn't in that scene, was not in that panel, and it was a random male family member. The reason why that was happening is because Square Enix gave Emma and Claudia, gave the comic book team some rules that they had to follow. So there were some rules that Square Enix gave them that they had to do. And one of the rules was there are certain characters that you can use, and there are certain characters that you can't use. So you can use them as visual visual cameos. but you can't use them as actual characters within the story. So obviously, Victoria was one of those characters that that they couldn't use within the story. They did sneak Victoria in um, earlier in the what page was it? It was one of it was one of the things when Max was in where is it? Oh, here it is. Um, Sykes said that's pretty cool that they had a few cameos. Yeah, yeah. Um, so this scene right here. I don't know if you can see it there. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it in the book real quick. Hold on, to make this easier, let me zoom this out. Oh, here we go. Okay, now I could zoom this in. Ah, come on. I hate when this does this. There we go. Okay, now it does it. Where is she? There we go. Okay, so we got cause we also got a Brooke cameo. Cause if you remember earlier, Brooke is right here. So Brooke got a cameo here. And Victoria got the one cameo right here. So she wasn't able to have a speaking line and actually be a character, but they were able to sneak her in. I say sneak, but obviously they, they have to see this. They have to do checks and balances. But they were able to get her in as this little cameo here. Also, I will say, very sneaky of Rachel and Chloe being here, right? Having a Rachel cameo here, with both Chloe and Rachel in bikinis sitting on a beach. Because considering, considering that this was the end of the book with both Max, Chloe, and Rachel on the beach, it was a funny, sneaky way of foreshadowing slightly the end of the book. So very sneaky of Emma and Claudia to sneak that in there and being like, "Oh no, it's just little it's just little scenes. It's just little scenes of different timelines, different realities. It's just little scenes. It doesn't mean anything." And then come to find out at the end of the book, it's like, bruh, Rachel and Chloe are wearing the same bikinis, and they're sitting on a beach, and that's where we'll see all three of them at the end of the book. And it's like, oh bro, you literally snuck in a little bit of like foreshadowing there. That was pretty sweet. Psych said uh Psych said, beautiful Miss Chase. Glad they slid her in for a second for all her fans. And then obviously in reference to what I'm saying with the whole sneaky foreshadowing, Syke said that was slick of them to do that. Slid that picture in. Exactly. Exactly. Very very sneaky. Um Also, um what was I gonna say there? Um, I was gonna say there was something I was gonna say, and then now it poofed out of my mind. Oh yeah. Um, so with Square Enix's rules of not being able to use certain characters, right? Since this comic series turned into a full ongoing series at the time, as the comics were going along, and as the comics were proving to be successful as they kept going, Emma and Claudia were able to go to ask Square Enix, like, to be like, some of these characters that we couldn't use, can we use them now? And Square Enix was able to tell them, you know what? Yes, you're able to use these characters now. And which characters were they able to use that they weren't able to use before? I will leave that mystery up to you to find out as we continue through the rest of the comic series. Because you will probably be surprised at some of the characters that they wind up using. And specifically, how they use those characters. Because for me, I was very surprised and pleasantly happy with how they used some of these characters. So I'll leave that mystery for you all to wonder about. And with that being said, excuse me. Oh, excuse me again. Next time, we will be diving into book 2. So So this is going to be very, very, very interesting. Because it only gets better from here. If look, cause I will tell you right now, this first book is the weakest that this story gets. If the first book is the weakest, then you can only imagine how much more of an improvement the other books get. Because I will say, these books get better and better and better as they go along. Which to be fair is kind of more than I can say. Is kind of more than I can say for a majority of the Life is Strange games, because let's be honest, most of the Life is Strange games, once they start getting close to the end, usually the final episodes of these games kind of go back down. Like they kind of trail a little off as they go on. So the fact that we have something in the Life is Strange universe that actually gets better as it keeps going is kind of a miracle. So at least for me it is. I don't know about any of you, but yeah, for me it's a fucking miracle that happens. But yeah. So, whoo boy. Psych. Psych. What does Psych say here? Psych said, so no yeast infection mama returning. So yeast infection mama returning, oh boy. No. Psych. That is one returning character that I can spoil. No crazy cult lady with a nasty pussy. None of that. None of that is gonna be in this. Is gonna be here. So, Life is Strange 2 does get a cameo. Does get a cameo at some point in the comic book, but it's a very small one, and it's not really a big spoiler reference. So don't worry. If you played Life is Strange 2, you will notice what the reference is, and specifically who the character is. So that will be fun. But and look and listen, I said it before. If you're expecting like a big Life is Strange 2 reference, like seeing Sean or Daniel or something, that is not gonna happen. So I am definitely gonna nip that in the bud right now and tell you that Sean and Daniel are not gonna be cameoing in any of this. So that is not the case. Sykes said they're disappointed that Yeast Infection Mama is not gonna cameo. What I'm disappointed by is that she's not gonna cameo, so I can toss her to the side and just kick her ass into a burning building. That's what I'm disappointed by. That's fucked up, Ness. That's fucked up, Psych. Psych says, I just want to see Captain Spirit getting hit by a car again in a cameo. That's fucked up. No. Like, here's the thing. The reason that there isn't going to be any huge Life is Strange 2 references, the reason why there isn't going to be any of that is because, like I said, this comic series ran from 2018 all the way until 2022. So, if you put like the dates and everything together, the first chunk of this comic series was being made and released at the exact same time that Life is Strange 2 was being released. So at the same time that Life is Strange 2 was happening, this comic series was happening at the same time. So both of these things were running parallel to each other at the same time. The only difference is Life is Strange 2 finished and the comic series kept going. So that's the only difference there. So that's how that goes. Oy. So that's how so that's where we're at. So let me hold on, where are we? Where's the Oh, there it is. I'm like, where's the scrolling thing at? There you go. Okay, there you go. All right, let me miniaturize that. All right. So, next time, we will be starting uh book 2. We'll be starting book 2 next time, which is titled Waves, because book 1 was Dust, and then now book 2 is Waves. Because, hey, we are going to be making waves with the rest of this fucking story all the way. So, that is definitely going to be a thing. Especially considering people that we have these three in a starring role. The fact that these 3 are going to be the main characters now is going to be fucking insane. So that is definitely going to be sweet. Syke said, yeah, now in Cali with Rachel Amber. Wild. I know. I will say, Syke, if you liked Rachel in Before the Storm, if you liked Rachel in Before the Storm, then you're gonna love Rachel in this series. You're gonna love her here. Syke said, the dream team assembled at last. It feels like the Avengers coming together at the end of Infinity Wars. You know what the funny thing is? Syke? You know what the funny thing is? Without spoiling too much, also, before I finish that thought, Syke says, yeah, Rachel was cool in Before the Storm. Okay, then you're guaranteed to love her in this series. Because I also loved Rachel in Before the Storm, as you can see with my Rachel plushie that I bought, that I am also a big fan of Rachel in that game. So, like I said, without spoiling anything, the fact that you say that it feels like the Avengers coming together at the end of Infinity War, your statement is actually pretty true, because it does foreshadow certain things that are going to be happening in this comic book. So, Sykes said, where is your Victoria plushie? I've not seen it yet. Sykes says, just kidding. But to be fair, Syke, They have not made a Victoria Chase plushie yet. At least they haven't officially made one yet. So, yeah. Syke said, "Am wild that the statement I made has some truth. I can't wait to see it." uh, yeah, I know. I know, Syke. I'm doing a lot of teasing. I'm doing a lot of teasing here. But hey, it's all in good fun. It's all in good fun. Hey, look at it this way. Hey, I have to sell you on the rest of everything that's happening, so I have to give a little teases here and there. Have to build some sort of anticipation for what's to come. So can you blame me? uh Ooh, excuse me. But uh but with that being said, um with that being said, I will be uh psych over here laughing. With that being said, I will be signing off. Uh, so as always, I've been JR. Thank you all for watching and most importantly, for me listening. For most importantly, for listening to me read this comic to you and giving you a little bit of like insight and explanation and stuff uh for the uh for the comic and as we go through this whole thing. So, um so with that being said, I will catch you all in the next one. Later, everybody.